Hello, Jasmine.
Hello, Jasmine.
Why are you such a liar?
She called you a liar.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
didn't even speak to you.
She's been testy with me all day.
Oh, Jazz. Don't be like that, Jazz.
What you gonna do?
We in here, Mrs. Mac 10 for life.
Hey,
For life. Kings, baby, yes, sir. Ooh, Melvin. Ooh.
Boogie, oogie. Oh, that was filthy.
Ooh, Melvin. Ooh,
That was
man.
filthy. Why he do Damian Lee like that? Come on, man.
We took the name from him, too.
Woo.
He can't even beat Damian no more.
Woo.
Like, nah, fam.
He got kicked out of the Damian Club.
I met with everybody else, and we just said, nope. Y'all don't get you don't get that one no more. You don't get that one. Hey, I know. There's my man Warren. He's on it. Y'all know what to do, man. Get that thumbs up. Get that thumbs up. Get that
Will,
thumbs
what up?
up.
Manny, what up?
Yeah.
Melvin was good. Ramsey in here first. So I don't even know if we're gonna get to this. We might. I mean, we got a 4-hour show. We might get to it, but it's a touchy subject now. But I watched some more of Terrence Davis. Basketball wise,
I read some more about Terrence Davis. I was like,
so
hey,
did I.
Hey, all
That's
righty.
crazy. I'm kind of surprised. I'm like with Ham. I'm kind of surprised they brought him in.
Yeah, like Ham was like, hey, you know, he texted me afterwards. I was like, I'm glad you said something because I had come across the story, but I wasn't confident enough. Like I really didn't dive into this. And so I was glad that he's like, yeah, when you read it, it's kind of yikes. It's yikes. Yeah. Yeah. Indeed. Yep. Yeah. It's a big yikes.
Yeah.
That's tough.
I'm surprised.
Man.
I'm surprised they made that move.
Well, hold on now. Easy here, Bryce. Let's wait for that to play itself out a little bit.
That APA cover photo he's got.
Yes, sir. We getting there.
Woo!
20 seconds. It'll be a Kings 49ers kind of day here.
It's a Kenny Caraway day.
Oh my goodness. Hey, Jazzy, notice, man, we twinsies today. Hey. Showtime.
I'm the Streets Boy, Southwest legendary Southmate Brock wrestler.
Hey, man.
What's good?
How you feeling after another Kings win? One more time. How you feeling after another Kings win? And how you feeling after some stunning NFL news? Apparently, the NFL got a little jealous of all the attention the National Basketball Association was getting yesterday and said, hey, we need something. Like, we got to get Schefter and Field Yates and the rest of these guys to work, man. Give us some news. And my goodness, we've got some news here this morning. Obviously, the Sacramento Kings win last night, 141 to 119, 141 points. They're most in a game since December 12th of 2018, where they also scored 141. They have won 5 of their last 6 games. De'Aaron Fox continues to play all-worldly, putting up 44 last night. We've got to talk about that. We've got to talk about him and Tyrese Halliburton. We got to talk about why this team is playing so well. We got to look ahead a little bit. We're going to hear from Monty McNair coming up at 1 o'clock. But we've got to start with the San Francisco 49ers. Adam Schefter tweeted this a little bit over 90 minutes ago or so, that the Dolphins are trading the number 3 overall pick to the San Francisco 49ers for the number 12 pick, a 2022 third-round pick, I believe, and a first-round pick in 2022 and 2023.
Whew. Let's
That
go.
Is quarterback positioning.
Absolutely.
So let's knock out a couple of things here, because one of the first questions that we got over there on social media at D'Lo and KC and at ESPN 1320, we welcome everybody watching on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. We hope that you go check us out there. We welcome everybody listening on the radio.com app and, of course, on ESPN 1320 AM. First question we got, is this a bigger move for Deshaun Watson? Nope. Can't be simply because the number 3 pick, certainly that's attractive, but you gave up your first round picks in 2022 and 2023. I think you could scrap any thoughts of Deshaun Watson. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are looking to draft a quarterback. And despite what Adam Schefter tweeted to everybody when he said, oh, the 49ers did not trade up with one quarterback in mind. They traded up because they're good with the options that will be number 3. That's a fat ass lie.
Can I challenge you?
No, you cannot, because I'm right. They're trading up for one specific quarterback. They're not trading up because they like a group of quarterbacks. That you do not make a deal like that with the thought of a couple of guys. You make that deal because there's one guy there that you want, and you know you can get him.
Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to challenge you anyway.
That's fine. Do what you want to. Just because we both wearing Nipsey Hussle shirts, you think you can challenge me? Go ahead.
We're the voice out west, all right?
You know what it is.
I'm going to use a different analogy and tell me if I'm wrong here. Tell me if I'm off. But if the Kings traded up for the number 2 pick in the NBA draft, they wouldn't do it like saying we have to have Cade or Jalen Green regardless. It'd be a situation where
nope. It doesn't apply. Doesn't apply, and I'm going to tell you why. Your scenario works, but let's go back a year or a couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know what year it is anymore. Let's go back to Zion's draft.
Mm-hmm.
Who was going first?
Zion.
Was there ever a question Zion was going first?
No.
So you know whoever had the number 1 pick was taking Zion Williamson. So you can work your way from there. Who's going first? Who has number 1? Jacksonville. Who's going first?
Trevor Lawrence.
It's not even a conversation.
Okay, say that same draft. If you're the Knicks, I guess, because they wanted number 1, and you have number 3.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever Memphis takes in number 2, you take the other guy. You like Ja, and you like RJ Barrett. Whoever Memphis takes, you're good with the other one. That's not a possibility here with Justin Fields, Zach Wilson, and Trey Lance. Is
it a possibility? Sure. It is dumb as hell if that's even remotely accurate. If you're trading them, like it was, it's funny to say this now. I'm almost positive it was Wentz Goff, where because remember, everybody, both the Eagles and the Rams traded up to get their respective quarterbacks. And I think it was the Eagles who traded up they traded up after, and it was, well, we don't know who they take. We'll be good with whoever they take. Whoever's left over, we'll take that. Like, we'll be good. They knew. I'm positive they knew. You don't trade 3 first-round picks unless you know exactly who you're taking. Who's drafting number 2? Just out of curiosity, because I forgot. My memory's bad. I'm getting old. It's Jacksonville at number 1, and who's at number 2?
The Jets.
Oh. Who coaches the Jets?
Bob Saleh.
Any relation to the San Francisco 49ers at all?
A little bit.
I'm going to throw out a question here for you, since you're throwing questions at me. Do you think perhaps, maybe, Robert Saleh and Kyle Shanahan, maybe John Lynch, they had a quick conversation here like, hey, you guys know what you're doing at number 2? You want to share that? Like, because we want to make this deal here with Miami. You know, we're looking to upgrade our quarterback position, but, you know, it's kind of dependent on what you do. Yeah, we know what we're doing. Here it is. Cool, we're going to make this deal.
I can see that.
Okay.
I can see that. Absolutely.
That's what happened. Absolutely. I wasn't there. I don't know for sure, but I absolutely believe that's what happened.
I would agree with you. And I think the Jets are taking Zach Wilson. And I think the 49ers, I'm thinking is my first thought is Justin Fields. That's my first thought.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, you guys know how I feel about Trey Lance. Somebody, so I'm going to bring it back to an NBA draft. My man, Elijah Hicks, shout out Elijah. He's probably listening. He asked me,
he better be listening.
He said, hypothetically, if the Kings had the number 1 pick, and everybody knows how much I love Jalen Green, would you take Jalen Green with the number 1 pick? And I said, well, not in this exact language, but I said, to be honest with you, if I had the number 1 pick, I don't know if I'd have the guts to not take Cade Cunningham.
Right.
Right.
Sure.
So as much as I love Trey Lance and I believe in him, I don't know if I have the guts, if I'm the 49ers, not to take Justin Fields if he's right there. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So
help
think
me out
that's
here.
where it's lined up. I think that's where it's lined up to go with.
I'm a hashtag Justin Fields guy. Did his draft stock go back up? Because wasn't it like here and then it went down? Did it go back up? Because weren't we talking Justin Fields at 12 at some point over the course of the last couple of months? Did Ohio State play and I missed it?
I mean, no.
I'm always fascinated
they
how
since the end of the season.
Oh, because I feel like his stock was down when the season ended, and now it's back up somehow.
Yeah, man. You know how these things go.
I told you this was going to happen.
You know how the Kuipers go and the McShays go.
Yep.
You know, mock draft.
It's to get people to read.
Sure.
Yeah. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
But you know, I think Justin Fields was always, when it got down, once again, like I just said, all these little stocks and all this other stuff. When you're there, say you're Atlanta at 4. You know what I mean? Because Miami got a quarterback and this trade didn't happen. You're Miami at 4. You're like, oh, well, we could go with the defensive tackle and we could go with the cornerback and we need offensive line help. Do you have the guts to pass up on Justin Fields at 4? I don't think a lot of people do. So I think that's kind of where you can have your little mocks and people are telling you stuff here and there. But when you're really there, when you're in the belly of the beast, you're going to have to make that decision. And 9 times out of 10, it's going to be that quarterback. So I think that's where the stock may have come back up, or maybe never.
Well, it definitely is the quarterback. I mean, that's what we talked about all year. You may not like 5 quarterbacks for the first round, but there are 5 teams that need quarterbacks in the first round, and maybe there aren't 5 teams stretch out through the whole first round of the draft. Maybe there are 5 teams in the first 15 picks, in the first 20 picks, in the first 25 picks, something along those lines. That's how these draft classes, that's how these quarterback draft classes get inflated. It's not necessarily best player available. It's best quarterback available. And that's what we need. Like, teams are constantly in search for the next great quarterback. They're constantly in search for their franchise quarterback. I had just mentioned these guys a couple of minutes ago. The Rams thought they found their franchise quarterback. They didn't. They paid him like they did. They drafted him like he did. Didn't. The Philadelphia Eagles thought they found their franchise quarterback. Paid him like they did. Drafted him like they did. They didn't.
All right.
So now the 49ers, they believe they have their franchise quarterback, which is interesting because they've got a quarterback on their team. A quarterback, the San Francisco 49ers paid to be their franchise quarterback. Now, thankfully, Bill Belichick and Kyle Shanahan had this nice little relationship, and they only had to give up a second-round pick to give him. They didn't have to, I believe the Cleveland Browns offer was, I know there was at least one first-round pick involved, and Bill Belichick said no.
It's all about who you know.
It's all about who you know, indeed. So what's this mean for Jimmy Garoppolo then?
Well, shout out to Brian West. He hit me on the Twitter as soon as this came out, and he said, I want to see how KC's going to spin this one. There ain't no spin. Because, Damian.
Oh, Lord. I know that tone. I hate that tone, and I know what it means.
November or so, maybe even October. What has your boy old KC been saying is the move all along?
This is where we are, people. He just went third person on us.
Your boy,
he just went third. You hear this?
I went third person and I went JR. Your boy, good old KC. What have I been saying all along? You draft a quarterback. You keep Jimmy. You have Jimmy play in 2021. You groom the rookie quarterback, a la what the Chiefs did with Alex Smith and Patrick Mahomes. And then you release Jimmy, trade him, do whatever you want after that.
Did you hear yourself? Did you hear what you just said?
Oh, yeah.
I don't even know that Jimmy Garoppolo's as good as Alex Smith. First of all, let's put that out there. 2,
that's how we feel.
You're that confident. You're that confident in this number 3 overall pick, and this is a quarterback. We're not drafting an offensive lineman. We're not drafting the workhorse running back we've been talking about. We're not drafting a wide receiver. This is quarterback position. That's all this is quarterback position. You're that confident that this guy's going to walk in and he's going to be the next Patrick Mahomes. Let me hit you with.
Wait a minute. You never said that.
Well, you just equated Jimmy Garoppolo to Alex Smith in this equation, and then number 3 overall pick got to be Patrick Mahomes.
I equated the situations. The situations.
You a question here. What if Jimmy plays well?
You got a nice little trade asset. Alex Smith made like the second round of the playoffs that year. First or second round. They had a good season.
Yeah, it did. And how did it work out for Patrick Mahomes?
It worked out great for Patrick Mahomes.
Worked out great for Patrick Mahomes. So you're willing to bank. How many times has this happened? I was trying to think of that with Favre and Rodgers. I mean, maybe you can say Young in Montana. I don't know if that really applies, but hell, let's go for it. Smith and Mahomes. Has this really happened anywhere? Has this really ever happened in like a major way before like this, where the clear successor is right here on the roster? I mean, I guess Fitzgerald and Fitzmagic and Tua. Maybe
there's no successor at all in that situation. There's nothing.
Miami disagrees. They just traded the 3rd overall pick to your favorite team. We'll continue to talk about this. There's lots of different. There are rumors flying all over the place about what this means for Jimmy Garoppolo, what this means about the San Francisco 49ers, and we've got Kings basketball to talk about. We wanted them to win, and we wanted them to win big, and they did.
Wow.
We'll talk about that as D'Lo and KC continue here. We've got you covered. Kings 49ers on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's ESPN 1320. He's hurtful. Like, he can be hurtful.
It just comes out of nowhere. I don't plan to talk about Tua, but it just gets there, and I'm like, let me take it. And Tua seems like
Green,
one of the nicest guys. I hope it works out for him.
I
just didn't like what I saw.
This will be interesting to follow, Patrick. But I don't. There's no clear successor though, because we don't even know. Like, we don't even know who the quarterback in New Orleans is going to be. We don't know if it's Drew. We don't know if it's Jameis or Kenny's boy Taysom Hill, or if it's like a combination of the two. So that'll be interesting there.
All right.
Oh, that's not true. We just having fun. We lost Kenny. He went full third person. Danny in San Francisco is about to lose his mind. He just keeps looking for. There he is. He keeps looking for Mac Jones tweets.
Oh my god!
And he could retweet about it.
Come on, man.
Zach Wilson to the Bears.
Mac Wilson too. Okay,
get them both. That's how Lynch is going to sell it to the Bears. Hey, you want this Mac Wilson guy? If you're the Bears general manager, do you even pick up the 49ers call anymore after what happened last time? Do you just go, does John Lynch's number, does it just pop up, do not answer?
Yeah, it's like a scorned girlfriend.
Yeah, just don't pick up. Don't pick
Trouble. Up. Toxic. That's the name. Toxic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, by the way. Hey.
You definitely got to play that on the show. Don't know when that's coming back.
He got some run. I was like, hey, okay, Daquan.
Daquan do 5 points, 2 or 3 from the
out there.
Okay.
He's out there getting it in.
Okay.
Getting it in.
Daquan.
Man,
remind me. Shout out David, man. Shout out David. I got to address David when we get back on the show, though. I got to address him, and then I'm going to ask you the question too.
Okay, yeah, dude. This real talk. We have absolutely lost him.
He didn't lose KC. He didn't lose KC.
See, you hear that? You hear that? Look at dude, Danny has been unstable all morning.
I'm 100% with Danny on this one. I cannot fathom what I would be like if Roger Goodell came up there and said, with the 3rd pick in the NFL draft, 49ers draft Mac Jones. Oh my goodness.
Who you want to talk to when we get back? It was David, right? I want to make sure.
David.
Okay. I'll get this readout, and you talk to David.
Hey man,
some of these.
I got some thoughts about Kyle Guy, man. I got some thoughts about Kyle Guy, man. I got some thoughts about Kyle Guy. I got some thoughts.
I was so amped up. Not that I'm not still. I was so amped up to talk about the Kings today and what they did last night.
Yeah.
I came in here to settle in, get some work done before the show starts, and look at the phone, and it's Schefter. And I just kind of scanned it and saw San Francisco there. I was like, wait, what?
I read it about 3 times.
Yeah, so I'm looking at it like, wait. Uh-oh. Well, let's tear up today's show plan.
Evan Turner still out here trying to be a real estate agent for Norman Powell.
What?
Is this his house? What's going on? So Evan Turner got his Instagram comments was like,
oh, I love this. What were we talking about Danny Ainge the other day? There's a all right, never mind. We'll get it there. Hey. Hey, you know what it is.
Yes, sir.
That's Greeny right there. ESPN 1320's college hoops coverage all tournament long is brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. We don't make much, but what we do make is going to be drank up by all the San Francisco 49ers fans if they draft Mac Jones with the number 3 overall pick. And that'd be okay because this stuff is pretty damn good too. I want to note a couple of things here. Okay, you remember we were talking about a couple of days ago how every time the NBA trade deadline come and goes, there's always some story about the Celtics immediately following it. Well, here's this year's. The Celtics, this is according to sources, the Celtics made a serious run at Nikola Vucevic. And now they came up short, and now they're expected to turn their focus to Andre Drummond. Isn't it funny how every year where the Celtics don't land that big prize, we find a story that, they were in on the running, they just couldn't get it done.
As you guys know where I'm going, the great philosopher Cameron Giles once said, what a coinky dink.
Yes, indeed. You want to watch along with the show? You should. There's plenty of news to talk about with the San Francisco 49ers and the Sacramento Kings. Go to twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Hit the follow, subscribe button there. Do the same thing over on youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you're watching us, make sure you hit the thumbs up. Or if you're running around and you just want to pop us in your earbuds, you can go to the radio.com app and search ESPN1320. A great part about watching us, you could just jump in the chat here and be a big part of the show. And you wanted to talk to David here. What's going on here with you and David?
David Lopez, man. David always throwing shots at the Niners, and it's good. It's good. We go back and forth, it's whatever. But he gets in the chat and he says the 49ers got fleeced. They got fleeced in this deal, and he talks about giving up 2 first rounders,
also known as Chicago Baird. But go ahead.
2 first rounders for an unproven quarterback. Yeah. So let me address that real quick because there's another side to this. He could be right. This is not a flawless move. It's a risk. It's a risk for them to do what they did. But here's how I look at it. And tell me if I'm looking at it the wrong way. What have I said about the Niners trying to get Deshaun Watson and giving up 3-4 first-round picks?
Yeah, hands down, no brainer.
One tripping, right?
No brainer.
One tripping. Now, Deshaun Watson is Deshaun Watson, not this unproven college guy. I understand that. But also one of the things that I've said about that is not that the draft doesn't matter for the Niners. You got to keep retooling and keep getting better. But they're stacked. They're stacked at the prime positions. They're locked in. So, once again, tell me if this thinking is wrong here. Not saying they don't need first round picks, but what do you if you have a first round pick, like a high first rounder, whatever the case may be, typically what are you spending? Like what are you trying to draft with those picks? In your opinion, just off the top of your head.
At the top of the first round?
Yeah, top, middle,
Quarterbacks.
whatever. Quarterbacks, what
quarterback.
else? Say it's not a quarterback. What else?
Well, you're probably going an edge rusher,
Mm-hmm.
maybe an offensive lineman.
Mm-hmm.
Are you waiting for me to say something specific? Because I'm not sure what it is. I'm trying to go in
no,
order of what I think.
I'm just looking at you confirming my thoughts about giving up a first rounder. You would spend your first rounder on these things that the 49ers already have locked up.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
So you got your offensive lineman, you got your left tackle in Trent Williams. You have your edge rusher in Nick Bosa. You have a wide receiver, a receiving threat in George Kittle. You got your linebacker in Fred Warner.
So it's okay to dump these. It's okay to dump these draft picks off for the next couple of years if you already have those positions filled.
It's a calculated risk,
which
right?
means it is undeniable that what they're doing is they're taking a quarterback.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they are in win this second mode. But what's interesting about the acquisition of this draft pick is not only could it be win at this very second mode, especially if you believe the Jimmy Garoppolo rumors that are out there about them keeping Jimmy Garoppolo. And I don't even know how you do that if you're Jimmy. Like, okay, like I guess I'm just here and y'all are done with me at the end of the year, because that sure has a just use me up and throw me out type feel to it. That has the stuff Le'Veon Bell was talking about when he didn't go play for the Pittsburgh Steelers, talking about, I'm not coming back in the last year of my franchise. How are you going to do? I have no chance of playing here again. Y'all are just going to run me 400 times, destroy my body, and send me off out into the market if I'm healthy to try to get a contract.
I would point him in the direction of Alex Smith. Alex Smith knew what the deal was.
Alex Smith got paid. That's a good point.
And he got paid. He played well, and he got paid. So that's what you're supposed to do if you're Jimmy Garoppolo. You go ball out. You go put your profile super high out there in the eyes of every other NFL executive, and you go get paid after this.
Okay.
That's what it is. But like I said, to David's point,
so you're drafting a player at number 3 that you're because remember we talked about the acquisitions that this team could make at 12, and we talked about how the signings or re-signings the key they've mostly kept guys on their roster. They've added a few pieces, but they've kept the key people. We've talked about how important that has been for them for the upcoming season, how important that is for them in the upcoming season. And if they utilize these picks properly, they could have I don't want to go so far. They're loaded. Like, no, this is a really good football team, though.
Good football team.
Now you got a player here at number 3 that you're just not gonna play.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, if you don't care, I don't care, I guess.
Yeah, that's what you're gonna do.
Okay.
Because number one, you got to start thinking about, like, you almost I don't want to say you have to do this, because that's not how I've always felt. But looking at the tea leaves, like, you can't let Fred Warner go. You can't let him go.
So in addition to reading the newspaper, you still look at tea leaves.
Absolutely.
Okay, just want to make sure.
you got to have your middle linebacker on Fred Warner.
Yep.
Bosa, if he comes back and he does kind of what we're hoping we're doing, or at least 80-90% of what he was that rookie year, his contract's gonna be coming up soon. So remember when Eric Crocker came on and he said, if you got your roster set a lot in a lot of the skill position, a lot of major positions, when will you have this opportunity again? Is the question. When will you have this opportunity again to go get one of these quarterbacks?
I hear you. That's where you lost me, right? I was with you until the last line. What was your last line?
And when will you have this quarterback again?
No,
when you have this opportunity again?
To get one of these quarterbacks. That's the line that doesn't work for me.
Why?
You can't do all of this to go get one of these quarterbacks. You do all of this because there is a quarterback that you love. This is the problem with the NFL. That's why so many teams end up in the position that they are. They don't look for the next great quarterback. They don't look for their next great quarterback. They just look for the next quarterback. Who is the next guy? Well, we need a quarterback, and we've got a draft pick, so I don't know that we love him, but let's do it. We've got to do it. We need a quarterback. Like this, you have to be enamored with the guy. You have to know this is our guy. Not it's one of not it's not. It might be Mac Jones. It might be Zach Wilson. It might be Justin Fields. It might be Trey Lance. No, who is it? You're going to get that quarterback.
They're locked in on him, and they're going to go get him.
Right. That's my belief. It's not it's not a quarterback that's out there. There is one quarterback out there that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch want, and they made a play to go get him. It's not a group of quarterbacks. It's not one of these quarterbacks. It is a singular quarterback.
That's because that's impossible.
It's not impossible.
Yeah, it is because they can like the top two quarterbacks and they can't get them. You know what I'm saying?
I'm talking about the position that they're at 3. That's what I'm saying.
About. Obviously, they like a group of quarterbacks. So, for instance, if they like Justin Fields, if they're sold on Justin Fields, and the Jets or the Jags throw a curveball and say Justin Fields with the 1 or 2 pick, they don't like Zach Wilson or Trevor Lawrence? Of course they like them. There is a group of quarterbacks that they like. Am I wrong? So you're telling me, come hell or high water, it is only, we'll say Justin Fields.
No, I'm saying they know
only Justin Fields.
No, I'm saying they know who everyone on the planet knows who Jacksonville is taking. Everybody has known who Jacksonville is taking since the last day of the regular season. Hell, I think it was the week before the last day of the regular season. Robert Saleh has given them strong indication as to what they're doing. That's my belief. Mm-hmm. There's one quarterback there that they're taking, and who does everyone think it is? Zach Wilson. Let's go with Zach Wilson at number 2. Yeah. Okay, maybe it's people are saying Mac Jones. Okay, maybe it's Justin Fields. Maybe it's your guy. Maybe it's your man's in them. Maybe it's Trey Lance. Mm-hmm. They know right now who they're taking. That's it. I mean, the only one who could really, throw a true monkey wrench in this is Jacksonville. By suddenly, I gotcha. I'm Urban Meyer, and I'm taking Ohio State quarterback Justin Fields. Like we know that's not happening, but they're the only ones who could be like, oh, wait a minute, because I don't think Robert Saleh is doing that. I don't think the Jets are doing that. Yeah. Hell, the Jets, they've got their own issues to work out. The only thing that can really screw all of this up is if the Jets make another deal and go, gotcha, Sam Darnold is our guy. Oh, jeez. But again, absolutely no indications that that's happening.
Yeah, I think it's Justin Fields. I think that's the guy that they're locked in on. I think that's who they'll end up taking. And I think Jimmy will stay for the year. This is the other thing that I wanted to ask you. And then people are like, when that report comes out, I'm not buying that. They give the big wink and all this other stuff. Tell me with the timing, why would you get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo right now?
Well, you don't have to. It does save you money. Now, whether you could do anything with that money or not,
free agency is essentially over.
I mean, the meat of it is done.
Anybody that you would be trying to get with that money that you're saving is already gone.
Sure, realistically, you probably don't have to. You probably don't have to get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo.
The picks that you gave up are future picks. So your draft is pretty much intact this year. So you don't have to go chasing draft picks that you just traded away in this Dolphins trade. You don't have to go chasing those back, and that's one of the things that you would think of when you trade Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, we got to get we gave up in a second and a third this year. Let's trade him to New England and get those picks back in this draft. No, your draft this year is already set pretty much. It's future picks. So you trade them in the future, not now.
Alternative theory.
Okay.
What if the number 3 overall pick what if Jimmy Garoppolo's the backup? And you keep him around in case of emergency, break glass.
I mean, you could do that, but that's me, I didn't think that was the move. I think the move is you let that rookie sit, you let him get acclimated. Whatever.
I wasn't proposing it to you as would Kenny Caraway to do this. I'm proposing this to you. What if number 3 comes in there and goes all Russell Wilson on him? For those who don't remember, Russell Wilson was not supposed to be the starting quarterback for the Seattle Seahawks.
Well,
I think who
it was Matt Flynn.
I was going to say Matt Schaub. Yeah. Matt Flynn, who got paid and didn't perform in training camp, and the Seahawks, the Seattle Seahawks,
Well,
I was going to say dynasty, but the team as we know it began. Run. There you go. That's the right word. Run. They're run. Yep.
And if that happens, then I'll deal with that problem when I get there. If the guy is good enough where I'm like, yo, I got to put him in. Yeah. Okay, I'll deal with that when I get there.
Not a bad problem to have. Sure.
Yeah. So, yeah, like I said, you play Jimmy G, you still got a damn good team. All right, a team that, I know the Ramseys and the Davids think that they're finished last in the NFC West. And the NFC West is a tough division. That could happen. But we all think that if they stayed healthy last year, they wouldn't have been 6-10. What was the worst team to get into the playoffs? Was it a 9-7 team?
Yeah, because someone was 8-8 and I think missed out on the last week. So
we think everyone believes, and if you think differently, in my opinion, you're just hating. At the very least, worst case scenario, this team is at least contending for a playoff spot next year if they can stay healthy.
Absolutely.
That's the most pessimistic you're going to get me to be, is they'll contend for a playoff spot. So that's fine. That's all you can really ask for.
Okay.
Best case scenario, they up there trying to win the division, get home field, all those things. That's what it is. There was a time last year, even with all the injuries, when everybody was saying, is the NFC West going to get 4 teams in the playoffs?
That wasn't before the injuries.
No, it was.
Oh, that was before the injuries. That wasn't after the injuries started.
No, it was before. But it was after some of them, because remember the Niners beat up on the Patriots and went to like 3-3. Okay. That was after they lost Nick Bosa. That was after George Kittle got hurt. That was after Solomon Thomas went down, Jordan Reed. And people were still saying, like, yo, look at this team. Like, they're 3-3. Like, the NFC West is crazy. No, I think you brought up, nobody's under 500.
Don't throw that stuff back at me.
Well, it wasn't to throw back at you. It was a good point.
You threw it back at me.
It was a good point that you brought up.
It was a good point in week 6. Week 17, not so much. Not so much. We'll talk more about the San Francisco 49ers as the day rolls along. Obviously, this is massive, massive news, and there's just tons of speculation. Gil Bryant tweeted, Justin Fields is all over the place in terms of where teams have placed him on their boards. Highest I've heard is top 5. Lowest, round 4.
Come on, man.
Gil Bryant says, my guess is 49ers aren't moving up for him, but instead Trey Lance. It's speculation season. I'm telling you.
Who's the idiot that said Justin Fields is a 4th-round quarterback?
Oh, you know that was anonymous.
Fire him ASAP.
You know that's anonymous. The NFL got jealous of all of the attention that the NBA was getting yesterday at the noon yesterday around the trade deadline, and how I believe Woj has to have interns, because those tweets were coming out so quickly. There's no way he was typing them all by himself. Like, he had to have had like someone logged in, like on a computer, someone logged in on an iPad. Like, he had his phone and he was firing them off one after the other. And once all of the dust settled, there was basketball to be played last night, and the only game we were concerned about was the San Francisco 49ers and the Santa Cruz Warriors.
We weren't concerned about them.
Kings, the
That's
Sacramento
a hell of a game
Kings,
right there.
and it would have been, and I might have put my money on the 49ers the way that the Santa Cruz Warriors played last night. But this is what we asked for. We didn't know Draymond was going to be out, but we speculated. I wouldn't be shocked if Draymond just didn't make the trip, down 80 and just decided to stay home. Now, I don't know whether he stayed home or not, but he was ruled out once the show came to a conclusion yesterday.
Once it looked bleak, that's what he does. When things look bleak, that's what he does. Go ahead.
Well, he bailed. He bailed on his team for sure. So it was some version of the Golden State Warriors. And we said even before we knew Draymond Green was out, like, hey, beat the Warriors tonight. Mm-hmm. Like, you're playing well enough to beat this team tonight. Steph isn't around. They just traded their backup point guard. Like, the trade deadline is tough because it's not like guys just fly into town, put on a jersey, and start playing basketball. Like, it doesn't work like that. So, the Kings were shorthanded, the Warriors were shorthanded, and we didn't, the Kings didn't lose any key pieces. Get out there and get the job done.
Right.
And that's exactly what they did, to the tune of a final score of 141-119, a game that felt like they were in firm control of the entire game. And De'Aaron Fox just continues his phenomenal pace of play right now. 16 of 22, 44 points, a career high for De'Aaron Fox. 44 points. It's the most by a Kings player since DeMarcus Cousins scored 46 back in 2017. But he got that 44 off of just 22 shots.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my God. This boy, this man, De'Aaron Fox, he was insane yesterday. And everybody, think about this. What do you have at the end of the first quarter? 5 points? It wasn't like he came out the gates killing.
He wasn't firing, yeah.
He did this almost in 3 quarters.
Yeah.
Almost in 3 quarters. And it was a blowout, so he didn't play in the last 5 minutes or something like that. Like, this dude, he keeps proving me wrong. And everybody, I keep saying it. I thought he was going to be a great player. I thought when De'Aaron Fox was drafted, that was going to be the guy that would turn everything around. It was him. What do I call him, Damian? The straw that stirs the drink. All right. He's franchise. What he's doing offensively, what he's doing being able to score, I didn't think he had this in him.
Yeah.
I didn't think he had this in him. And he's up to 24.1 points per game right now. I don't think that he's going to get to like 25 just because of time and how many points you have to score. Maybe he won't be 25 this year, but who the hell knows? Maybe he will be. But moving forward, I mean, this is a guy that definitely can. I will change my tune. He can absolutely average 25, 26, 27 points per game. Yeah. Absolutely. I think he's got a little bit. You talk about how many steps he's got left to go. He's got one more, a little bit. I want to see him be a little bit better of a 3-point shooter and an 80 to 85% free throw shooter. If he does that, we're talking 27 points a night, Damian, because you can't stay in front of him. You can't see everybody. I saw people on the Warriors Twitter last night talking about, don't they know that De'Aaron Fox is left-handed? How can they keep him from going to it don't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, he's that fast. You can't keep him out of the paint. A buddy of mine was a coach at Team USA a couple years ago when De'Aaron was there. And he was just telling me, he was like, you can't keep him out of the paint. So you can't keep De'Aaron Fox out of the paint. These are best players in the world. Best players in the league. And they're like, they cannot keep him out of the paint. That's just what it is, man.
De'Aaron Fox, John's jumping in here on the chat. He's 26, 28 points a game if he just hits his free throws. And I think that's one of the things that we've seen over the last 6 games. He's shooting 78% from the line. That's just a smidge bit shorter than what you were hoping him to get to in that 80. I mean, 78% is in the 80% range. I'm sure you want him over that 80% marker. But, excuse me, but in the last 6 games, 30.5 points per game, 55% from the field for De'Aaron Fox.
Whoa. Well, because he gets to the bucket. His touch is just so feathery soft around the basket, floaters, runners, all this other stuff. I mean, he's got it on a string with the shot. People talk about that with the handle. He's got it on a string with the shot right now. And I mean, he's too cold, man. He's too cold. And just in this time, like, we'll just take his March, for instance, where he's averaging 28 points a game. It's actually up to 30 now. 30 points a game on 52% from the field. He's shooting 75% from the field or from the free throw line. Mm-hmm. He's not at the 80 or 85.
How many games is this? What's the stretch of this games?
Let's see. How many games is this? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 games. Okay. 11 games, averaging 30 a game, 52% from the field. He's at 75% from the free throw line. He's not even at the 80, 85 that I'm asking him to be. He's at 75% from the free throw line, and he's got the 30. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's great. Just think, man, I'm taking back everything that I thought about De'Aaron Fox as a scorer, because I didn't say anything about his jump shot. I didn't say nothing else. I said if he can get to 80, 85%. Look, he's at 75% right now. He's averaging 30 over 11 games. He gets to 80, 85%. Are we talking about a top 5 scorer in the league?
We could be we could. Let's let this sustain out. I think that we've got any questions about what level of superstar De'Aaron Fox is, though, has had to come to an end following the All-Star break. Like, he has been nothing short of phenomenal. You talked about coming out slow, 5 points in the first quarter. He scored 20 in the second. He went to halftime halfway to 50. And he was just rolling from there. And oh, by the way, the dude who shares the backcourt with him, yeah, he's not bad either.
Yes, sir.
He's
Watch
not
out,
bad
Damian
either.
Lee. Be careful, Damian Lee.
Yeah, no,
you said you suspended him, right?
We suspended him from
He's
the
just D Lee.
We can't call him D Lee because that belongs to Derek.
Okay.
D Lee belongs to Derek. He's just
gotta
Lee.
find his middle name, man.
He's just Lee.
Oh, just Lee. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
he's just Lee. And he was humiliated by hey, look, it happens, man. It's part of basketball, but and then Tyrese hit like the reverse Undertaker. Like, Undertaker has to sit up. Like, he had to lay down. It was like, man, Tyrese is getting them here. 21 points yesterday, 7 of 11. I had some numbers on Tyrese that were pretty stunning as well. Tyrese, here they are. This is since moving to the starting lineup. Obviously, the team is 5-1. That's the number everybody's sharing. 16.3 points per game, 4 assists, 51% from the field, 51% from three.
Come on,
92% from the line in 33 minutes per game. That's Tyrese Halliburton as a starter in the National Basketball Association.
Ooh.
There's a lot more to talk about, man. We're going to go to Monty McNair, by the way, live. When Monty McNair is doing one of his, it's a Bigfoot sighting, a rare press conference from Monty McNair. We'll go to him at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. You'll hear what Monty McNair has to say right here on Twitch, on YouTube, on radio.com, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. Okay,
Hey, Johnny, do it. I agree. I think he has the opportunity. I've always thought that he's got the opportunity to be the best king of all time, best Sacramento king of all time. Maybe the best. Maybe he could be better than Nate Archibald. I don't know. Oh, Big O. He ain't gonna be better than Big O.
Well, I don't necessarily look at the Big O and go, man, King's great.
Right.
Robinson.
Vince Carter. Is he going to be better than Vince
Leland,
Carter?
no, we cannot. Though I do find what they did interesting, but no, dude, we love you very much, but no, not today. Maybe like next Tuesday or something, or Wednesday. We'll get there. We'll get there. I was thinking about that last night. It's going to be a conversation about, like the way, if De'Aaron really is here. Yes, I know, John. Thank you. Did they give away his number? Did they give his number away? Sorry, buddy. Oh man, y'all are.
Oh, the chat is talking for you, Leland. The chat is getting in there.
There you go. Yeah, we in there.
Yeah, man. Better than Webb. He has the opportunity to be better than Webb. Absolutely. I mean, with this guy, we ain't never seen this, man. I'm just keeping it a stack. We've never seen this at the guard position from the Sacramento Kings. Never seen it. Not like this. Bibby was really good.
Not like this. Yeah,
but not like this.
Yeah, Bibby, because Bibby was never like De'Aaron's the guy. Like, this is De'Aaron Fox's team,
right?
It wasn't Mike's. Mike was a big part of it, like, of course. But that was that team was kind of a collective, and really more than anything, Chris was the guy, but it was collective.
And even when Chris went down, it kind of shifted to Peja. Peja was the all-star.
Yeah. For like this team, this is De'Aaron, and it's not a coincidence that the team is playing the way that it is. And I know that their competition hasn't been exactly stellar, but it's not a coincidence that they're playing the way that they are with De'Aaron playing the way that he is. And I'll give you some roses when we get back.
Sean P, what's up, baby? Sean
Hey,
P.
what up, Sean? Let's go.
What's good, man?
No DeMarcus?
Yeah, that's cold right there. Don't co-sign
I mean,
that.
not that list is bad, but
DeMarcus is over Bibby. He's over Bibby.
Mm-mm.
All right, Mac. Now I might have jumped out the window when I said top 5 score in the league. This is a little bit of jumping out.
Give it time. Give it time. You see, he put the little thinking emoji to show, like, hey, I'm thinking about this. We've got time for this to happen.
Doesn't CJ average like 25 a game?
Does he? Jesus.
At one point, he averaged there's been times in his career where he's gotten that high. but I didn't think De'Aaron Fox would get here. But I don't think
De'Aaron and
Tyrese.
Rashawn.
Sean Holmes.
De'Aaron and Rashawn greater than Shaq and Kobe. Coming up next here on ESPN 1320. Hey, we're still on the Twitch, man. So shout out to the homeboy J Ross who's listening to us. Y'all can figure out who that is.
Hey.
I think we might be Jason's favorite radio show. I don't know. I've got a feeling.
See, my partners just be saying stuff sometimes, boy. He be talking that talk. My partner is a Draymond Green of
what do you mean?
He just be saying stuff.
Jason's my guy. I think we are his favorite show.
Shout out, Jason.
I see. He texted me a line. I was like, what is he listening to? Well, Jason's old school. He's probably listening to like an actual transistor radio. So somebody send this clip to him. But he very well may. He listened to the commercial for McQueen, and that's what he sent me. I love you, buddy. Yes, indeed. We're going to be headed out. Maybe not out. Not like we're leaving. We're not going anywhere. But we're going to attempt to go to Monty McNair's press conference at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. We don't like going to press conferences live because it's not what we're used to a press conference being. So it's a little clunky. It's a Zoom call. We'll probably keep our mics hot and maybe have some, alternative commentary. If you're watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel, you're going to be able to see the press conference. So we've got you covered there. You're going to be able to hear it, of course, on radio.com and on ESPN 1320 AM as well. So we've got you covered there. Just know that maybe you'll hear some voices that you normally don't hear on ESPN 1320. Maybe you hear a little, I think what everybody has gotten used to. The
I hear voices.
Oh, and best believe if some of those people raise their hand to talk to Monty McNair, I'm gonna make fun of them. Like believe that. Like as we just learned from the last commercial break, nothing is safe here from 12 to 4. Shout out to everybody who's listening right now. We love y'all, man. We appreciate it. So we're going to go to Monty McNair at the top of the 1 o'clock hour across all the channels in which you're listening to us. So we should have you covered there. And anxious to hear. Of course, Monty's not actually going to say anything, but I am anxious to hear about what his thought process was if he shares that with. I don't know what Monty's going to share with us, to be honest with you. Yeah. I'm not expecting this to go more than a couple of minutes, but he doesn't talk often. So when he does, it's like, well,
you got to tap in when he does, man.
We've got to do it. Like we've got to see what's going on with Monty McNair here. And much to the surprise of Kings fans last night, even this morning, we heard from Mike Greenberg a few minutes ago. He's listening to his favorite radio show, Dealing with KC.
Yep.
First 5 minutes of the show, De'Aaron Fox highlight.
Wow.
First 5 minutes to get up, De'Aaron Fox highlight. SportsCenter last night. SportsCenter was tweeting about De'Aaron Fox. ESPN Stats and Info was tweeting about De'Aaron Fox. Remember, this is a night after they're running Trae Young highlights. Who, Trae Young, refresh my memory. What happened? Did they win?
No, they lost.
How many threes did he hit?
One.
Yeah, that one got some run. All
that
over.
One was pretty impressive too.
It was a good three. Good three. But you maybe
that was from nowhere.
Hey. Follow it up with a couple of shots here of De'Aaron Fox or Tyrese Halliburton doing what they do, or perhaps Rashawn Holmes, who had 25 last night on 10 of 14 from the field. You talk about being efficient. How about protect Rashawn Holmes at all cost? Make sure that man has a Sacramento Kings uniform when the offseason gets here or whenever free agency rolls around.
Yeah, I got to think that Monty and all these guys, they like Deuce and Mo were talking about yesterday when they joined us on the show. I would assume they have all this planned out. Worst case, best case scenario, what the price range might be, all this other stuff. They're not going to get caught with their pants down in this Rashawn Holmes situation.
Yep.
Like I think they even have a scenario where if they can't get rid of Buddy, what do we have to do to keep Rashawn Holmes? That's a very real possibility as well. They may not be able to move Buddy.
Well, absolutely 100%. James Ham, I thought gave us a great bit of insight yesterday when we were talking about Rashawn Holmes, and he's been a big Rashawn Holmes fan from day one as well. And he was like, I think we gotta, if you're questioning what the Kings front office thinks about Rashawn Holmes, we might have gotten an answer today.
Yeah.
Referring to the trade deadline. Like he's here.
Yeah.
That should tell you something because he was coveted around the league from it's weird that Toronto was interested in him. I never quite pieced that one together. I think it makes a little bit more sense as to why Charlotte was interested in him, and God knows how many other teams might have been interested in him. But the fact that they took a hard pass on anything involving Rashawn Holmes, just as they did with Harrison Barnes and Buddy Hield, but more specifically for Rashawn Holmes because of his contract status. I think that was a great point by James Ham yesterday here with us, that might give us a look into what this front office thinks of him.
Yeah, and they'll be willing to do what needs to be done to keep him here. And I say get rid of Buddy and all this stuff. Maybe you can't get rid of him. Buddy is just kind of he's when you have another competent guard in there, another ball handler, somebody that plays defense, but he's not.
It doesn't feel as bad.
He's simply not as frustrating out there. Yeah. So I got to be honest with you. I'm not ready to drive Buddy to the airport.
You know what it is?
It's kind of like it's whatever.
Buddy's a shot of tequila, right? And not even and I'm talking like cheap tequila. Even though I know he's not, I'm talking like it's tough, like it's bitter.
What's a cheap tequila?
Something that comes in a plastic bottle, probably, and it comes with a handle on it, like probably that.
Oof.
Right? Tyrese is the chaser, where it's like, okay, this is a lot easier to drink because not everything is as smooth as McQueen and the Violet Fog.
That's
so
right.
You get some of these tough tasting alcohols, and you got the nice little chaser with it. Buddy on its own, whoo! Man, that's tough. But you got Tyrese as the chaser. It's like, hey, it's not so bad.
Not so bad at all. I can handle this.
I can handle this.
Yeah.
I can handle it. And you get drunk off the cheap stuff, and God knows what happens after that. But yeah,
I was gonna say this might be the cheap tequila I was talking about right there. That's Manny puts Cuervo in the chat. And John cosigns.
I love that. That's the first. I love that's the first name that popped up from multiple people over here in the chat on Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel.
I ain't got no problem with Jose Cuervo. I mean, it's not McQueen. I know. It's not McQueen. McQueen is on another level. I'm just saying.
Okay, now everybody is comparing Buddy to cheap alcohol. Like I was just trying to make a point how Tyrese is the chaser for it. I couldn't think of a better. Everybody knows what I mean. Stop pretending like you don't know what I mean. You all know exactly what I mean. It's a lot more palpable. Is that the word? Palpable. I can't spell it, but I can say palpable than he would be if Tyrese wasn't around. Otherwise, you're just left with like that bitter. Woo. You're just left with that smooth, like it's burning down your neck, like you're
hair on your chest.
Yeah, but Tyrese, this ain't so bad. It ain't so bad when Tyrese is scoring 21. This is a little bit easier to handle.
Yeah. I mean, they're playing some good basketball, Damian.
Man,
the Kings are playing good basketball, and the crazy thing is, I don't want to just assume things. I don't want to just. Is help coming on the way too? They're about to get deeper with DeLon Wright.
By the way, hey! Daquan Jeffrey sighting last night.
We saw that man in there.
I don't have any cool Kyle Guy music, so I don't know. Got to find
that was the other thing. You brought up Kyle Guy. That's the other.
Guy.
What he went for?
I feel like you might have
last night,
career high. I feel like you had a Kyle Guy epiphany. I don't know, like you.
Epiphany's a little strong.
Okay, it's okay. Thank God.
It's a little strong, especially considering. I mean, let the record show. I've always liked Kyle Guy. I have.
Yeah, for sure.
I've always as a basketball player. What's the line I always say? I was like, man, he's super skilled. I think he's skilled. I just don't know where you play him. But man, I don't want to come off like the lunatic fringe,
Oh dear.
but I mean, can he get some minutes moving forward? Maybe. I don't know where. I gotta map out the roster. I gotta map out maybe the rotation.
Mhm.
But Kyle Guy, he is a good basketball player. Like, he can play, and he's smart. He's a point guard. Like, with the way he thinks about the game and sees the game, he's got a point guard's mentality. I'd have no problem seeing more Kyle Guy. It doesn't have to be a lot, but I'd have no problem with seeing more Kyle Guy. I think he can help this team in spurts, and you know, like I said, if it's 6 to 8 minutes a night, you know, I think he could help this team. I really like Kyle Guy.
I feel like he's made the most of his minutes.
Yeah.
I feel like he's, you know, when he gets in there, I don't feel like his time is wasted, I guess would be, you know, the simplest way of putting it. Like, I feel like he gets in there and I mean, he's not dropping 17 every time he steps on the floor, but I feel like he's productive. And I know people questioned whether he's is he big enough? Is he strong enough? Can he defend? Is he just too small? Is he just too little? I don't look at him out there and go, man, geez, gosh, this defense, this Sacramento Kings defense goes to hell when Kyle Guy gets out there.
Right. I don't see it that way either. I even feel like he's gotten a little bigger, you know, in between year 1 and year 2. I noticed that in the preseason where maybe he can handle some of the physical point guards, backup point guards that he may have to face. I don't know. I like me some Kyle Guy, man. I do.
And that'll be a fascinating thing to watch tomorrow. That'll be a fascinating thing to watch in the games ahead. Is how do we work in these guys, or do we work them in? Obviously, because you and I are a part of the rotation and how we're going to set this up.
Know how that goes.
I do, because I'm a responsible broadcast journalist. I do feel the need to bring this up.
Okay.
Warriors, okay, without Steph.
Okay.
Hawks, okay. The Cavs, the Celtics, who are struggling, and the Washington Wizards. And even if you want to go back a little bit further, the Houston Rockets. Those are the Kings' last 6 wins.
Well, I know you're not doing this. You're being responsible. But I ain't trying to hear it. Because just a couple of days ago, when I tried to do the same thing for the Atlanta Hawks, y'all were like, no, you and Brian West. No. Oh, so now we just disregarding because of the schedule. No, I don't want to hear it. They got Nate McMillan. They made a coaching change. That's why they're better. I ain't trying to hear it. Oh, and is Luke Walton a good coach now, Madison?
No.
Is he a good coach? I mean, this is what happens, right?
No.
Is Luke Walton coaching them up? Is he coaching them up?
No.
That's
they gave up 120 points to Santa Cruz team last night. No.
That's the other thing. De'Aaron, I mean, Luke Walton has improved De'Aaron Fox, right? De'Aaron Fox got better because Luke Walton is here.
We just had no.
Sean Holmes. He's better because of Luke Walton, right? That's how this works. Because when the guys are 19, 18 years old and they're no good, it's because of Luke Walton. But when they're actually like having these career moments, it's not because of him, right? Oh, and I'm just asking the questions. I want to know.
So is it Luke Walton's fault that Harrison Barnes isn't playing well? Like, what the hell is going on there?
I guess. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Luke or Harrison though. I think, but you brought up a good point yesterday. Him going to that 4. I think, and for a long period of time.
Yeah,
I don't. I've never
tough.
felt like that's where he's supposed to be.
I mean, he was it's now a stretch of games for Harrison, which for a guy who, for like a large chunk of the season was you use the line, the straw that stirs the drink. He was the rock of the organization. Like he was keeping the team anchored. Yeah, he was keeping everything anchored for this team. And now since the move to 4, There is another conversation that we'll have here in just a little bit. Now, a reminder: we're going to go to Monty McNair here. It's a Zoom call. We'll do the best we can here. If it gets a little too clunky, we may just bail on it here. But for those who are watching on Twitch and YouTube, ever wonder what these Zoom calls look like? There you go. Here they are for you. We'll go live to Sacramento Kings general manager Monty McNair and hear what he has to say following the trade deadline. You'll hear the Kings PR person, Rasan, jump in here. You'll hear various voices include James Ham, Sean Cunningham. I see Jason Jones up there, Jason Anderson. You'll hear all of them as we roll along. But right now, Monty is just staring blankly and lovingly into the camera. Real quick, you're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, or radio.com sports station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Great non-answer.
just young players that can continue to develop and progress, but guys who are in their prime or just about to enter it and can continue to be part of this team. If we're able to do that. So, I think all four of these guys can step in and be a part of what we're trying to do.
Jason Jones.
Hey, Monty.
Hey, Jason.
Hey, just in terms of the guys you added, how important was lineup flexibility? With the you talked about DeLon being able to play off the ball and on the ball. Mo's a guy who can play both four spots, because when you guys go small, you don't have a lot of, outside of Harrison, you don't have a big wing or big wings that you can go out there with experience.
Yeah, for sure. Harrison, kind of has been filling that big wing for us by himself. I think Mo can do a lot of that as well, play both forward spots. And like you mentioned, some teams have even played him a little bit at the 5. I think the lineup versatility is great, certainly for injuries and all the rigors of the season, but also just to give Luke options depending on the matchup that night. And so I think, DeLon can certainly play on the ball or off the ball, right? He can play next to Ty, next to De'Aaron, or he can, run the offense if needed. So Terrence, I think, can play the 2 and the 3, and Chris can play the 4 or the 5. And, it just continues to add to that ability to kind of mix and match as needed.
Marshall Harris.
Hi, Monty.
Hey.
When you look at your rookies this season, can you give us an idea of what you expected out of them and whether they've matched, exceeded those expectations, specifically with not only the guys in the G League, obviously, in that bubble, but also Tyrese Halliburton, who's now a starter in with the big club?
Yeah. First of all, nice shirt, man. You got the Sonic going.
Sorry.
Those are popped up all over Texas. Obviously Ty has been great. I think deservedly in the Rookie of the Year conversation. I think tomorrow I get to hand him another Rookie of the Month trophy. He's I think outperformed all expectations, but our other guys as well. We were able to get both Robert and Jemias down to the G League bubble and get them some time. Both were, I think very productive. We saw some growth for them, and we are excited for the future to get the Stockton Kings back and get them, a full season. But that's what we could do this year, and we're really excited to see them going forward.
Tony Mark.
Marshall Harris will be with us in about 30 minutes, by the way.
Hey, Monty, thanks for taking out the time to chat with us. We haven't been able to get to you this season, which we understand, you work behind the scenes. I do want to ask you about Coach Walton. It's been a roller coaster ride. Win streak, losing streak, win streak, losing streak. Right now they're playing well. He did say, he and you have discussions from time to time. Just want to get your thoughts about the job that he's doing right now. And because we know how passionate he is, about turning things around and making sure this organization is going in the right direction. Just want to get your thoughts about his job and what he's doing right now.
Yeah, no, Luke's been great. As we've talked about before, it's a tough situation for him, right? For a new GM to come in. And, we've had injuries throughout the year. I mean, everybody knows what a crazy year it's been in the world, and certainly for the NBA. And he's kind of juggled all that, I think, really well, and, has the team playing well again. And hopefully these guys will come in and stabilize even further, right? Where if we do take injuries or hit a tougher patch of the schedule, that those guys can come in and give us a little more punch, especially off the bench. But Luke's been great and done a great job to keep the guys steady through those tougher patches and also not, let them get too high. Obviously we've had some good stretches as well, and just keep them even keeled and ready to go.
Katie.
Hi, Monty. I wanted to ask you kind of about the play recently of De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton tandemly together. And when you drafted Ty, was this something that you envisioned for the future? And has it progressed quicker than you thought it might?
Yeah, well, last night was something, huh? I mean, I wish we had all our fans in the building. I'm sure De'Aaron would have gotten standing O as he came off after his 44 points. And, Ty had, I forget what they combined for in the first half. But, I think we're starting to see what those two guys can not just do on their own, but together. And certainly Ty is ahead of schedule for any rookie. So, and De'Aaron, we all forget now, but he's, I think, 23. So, those guys are special. We saw it last night, and we're seeing it on a more and more consistent basis. I think it's fun to watch, and I'm glad to be one of the few in the building that gets to see it. And I hope the rest of the Sacramento fan base gets to get in there and cheer them on soon.
Matt George.
Hi, Monty. Thank you so much for doing this. There were conflicting outside reports throughout the season that you would be buyers or sellers at the deadline based off of the ups and downs of the team. Would you have classified yourselves as buyers at this deadline? And then at what point did you know that the play-in push was the direction you wanted to go?
Yeah, I think really we saw this year there was some maybe traditional buy sell moves, but I think where we categorize ourselves was like value buyers, and we kind of explore all opportunities, and this is what kind of came to the forefront. I think, like I said, these guys that we acquired the ability to maybe help us this year, of course, but also be a part of our future, and just really allowed us also to maintain all that optionality, I think, going forward and set us up well. So, I think we always try to be flexible as possible and not cut off any avenues, see what's out there and do the best we can.
Come on.
Value buyers. It was an interesting line.
Hey, Monty, nice to meet you. My question is kind of a follow-up to Katie's question. What do you think the potential of that Fox-Halliburton dynamic is? And then are there any players on the roster that really caught you by surprise this season?
Yeah, no, I think, Fox and Ty are, like I said, continuing to show night in and night out, what a special pairing we think they can be. Really dynamic. I think everybody sees it on the offensive end, but on the defensive end as well. As well as, I think De'Aaron especially, has grown into a leadership role, which is a new part of his role as he continues to progress. So, and then, on our team, I think, in addition to Ty, who I think is, we had high expectations and he's outplayed those. Certainly would want to mention Rashawn having a career year. Harrison has always been a great player in this league, but maybe even having his best year. Buddy, I think we've seen I think he's second in the league in threes, continues to do what he does. So all up and down the roster, I think Kyle Guy had his career high last night, right? You never know what it's going to be. And, we're excited that the guys continue to do that and progress.
All right, go back to James Ham.
Kings GM Monty McNair here with us on ESPN.
Hey, Monty, what kind of research did you guys do on Terrence Davis and his off-the-court situation? And what made you comfortable to extend a second-round pick for a young guy who does have some stuff off the court?
Yeah, on the off-court stuff, we certainly take all that stuff very seriously. His case is closed, and I think, going forward, we'll, of course, uphold the standards that we've set here. And then, on the court, like I said, I think his combination of shooting and then on the defensive end, tough-nosed, hard-nosed defense, and the ability to get him in, see what he can do, and potentially make him part of our future was worth that.
Sean Cunningham.
Monty, I was just curious how you what you made of your first trade deadline experience with Sacramento overall. I mean, obviously first year GM, and there might be, those out in the league that think you might have to operate in in a world of desperation, maybe because of the way the season's gone or just the situation in general. So I'm sure there might have been those that might have thought that they could take advantage of you somehow. I don't know, but just overall your experience with this whole thing so far.
Yeah, it was definitely a weird trade deadline. My wife gave birth to our third 9 or 10 days ago, which kicked the whole thing off. And but then, the last week or so being in here with our group, we were able to, thanks to our group for letting us, get all our testing done and have a room set up so we could be, compliant with all those things, but get our work done. And it was really fun to see everything come together. And I think ultimately result in something we're excited about. So it was definitely unique and different, but in a lot of ways the same thing we've done for, that I've been a part of the last 12 or 13 years in Houston. Hopefully we did brought a lot of the good things over. We have people from many different good organizations, and we're continuing to build on all those ideas and hopefully make this even better.
Jason Jones.
We'll stick with this for a few more minutes.
How much of the decisions you made at the deadline were dictated by the standings, in the sense that you guys have played you've played well enough lately and even last month to where you're still in the mix to get into the top 10?
Yeah, I think really it was more of less of looking at the standings and more of looking at what was out there. And we felt like these moves, not just can help us this year and continue to help us compete on a nightly basis and build that winning culture that I think the results will follow from that, but also guys that give us the ability to build out the team in the future, young guys in their prime who play the style of play that we want to play. And we were just, like I said, we're value buyers. We thought we got great value, and that was really the driving force.
Jason Anderson.
Hi, Monty. Let's see here. I want to figure out which one of these I want to ask you about. I guess we've noticed kind of an archetype with players. You seem to like guys who are long and athletic, and you've filled a number of roster spots since you got here with those kinds of guys. Are you looking for more of that, and does this team need more of that? And I guess along those same lines, what have you learned about this team over just a few months here in terms of what you have and what you feel like you need?
Yeah, no, I think, certainly there's characteristics that I think, winning players have, and hopefully we're continuing to build a team of those types of guys. And I think the flexibility that, and really like DeLon, Mo, Terrence, and Chris fit this of like somebody asked at the very beginning, like allowing us to have so much optionality, right? Like I think DeLon, especially, you look at him, many nights he's going to play off the ball. De'Aaron and Ty are fantastic with the ball in their hands. But DeLon has also run the offense for some great teams. And so the nights that we need him to do that, he can do that. So to me, it's about continuing to build those options in, so Luke can look down the bench and pick out whatever he needs and put it in there to help us win that night.
Marshall Harris.
We'll check out after Marshall. He'll join us here.
Monty, knowing what you know and what you've learned about this team so far this season and where you are in the standings, currently just a couple of games out of that 10 spot, how much will your evaluation of the team success, the coach's success, individual player success will be whether or not you finish in the top 10 and looking at the standings, or will it be something deeper for you in year one for you?
Yeah, I think, like I've said, certainly like we want to win, but it's all about, I think for us, like right now, we got to build that culture first. I think when I came in, that was the big theme. We need the style of play that we want, the competitors we want, the culture we want. We build those things, and the talent and the wins and all that will follow. So to me, it's more about how we're playing, as opposed to whether the results went our way that night. So,
Tony Harvey.
All right, that's Monty McNair, the Sacramento Kings general manager. We'll wrap up there. We're going around. There's only a couple of other hands up. I feel like this is starting to wrap up anyways. A couple of things stood out there, Casey, particularly Monty. We heard the term value a lot. We heard the term value buyers a couple of times as well. What'd you think overall of the press conference there from Monty McNair?
That was pretty basic.
Yeah,
I didn't learn a whole lot. I kind of feel like Monty is kind of cerebral with the way he answers questions, how much information he gives off in answering questions. He talks around things a lot, and I don't mean that as like a shot to him or a negative or nothing like that. Like you're not like, and he does it in a way where I don't feel like he's trying to talk around. Like it's hard to tell because we're on a Zoom, but he looks at you, he answers you, he tells you a bunch of stuff. But after he gets done telling you stuff, you're like, didn't really tell me a whole lot.
Right. Yeah. Like, okay. Like, all right. And, everyone's kind of taking advantage. The 10th spot was brought up a lot. The push for the play-in game was brought up on several occasions. He did say a couple of other things that really, really got my attention. He talked about the culture, and not in the way that you and I talk about the culture. He was talking about the culture of the Kings, and he's talking about building a culture. But then he said something else that really, really grabbed my attention right there at the end in his last answer with Marshall's. He said, we're looking for guys, to fit our style of play. And I thought that was interesting because you and I have talked about on a number of occasions, this team doesn't appear to have a style of play. Like we know that they score, and that's what you say all of the time. Like the team is going to be able to score points. The Sacramento Kings are going to be able to score points. But that's not necessarily a style of play, is it?
It is. And I do think they have a style of play.
Okay.
I think that it is get up and down the floor. They want to run. And their style, and this could be me completely guessing here, but by the way that they switch a lot, I think that's kind of their style on a defensive end. They haven't necessarily had the personnel to be able to switch everything effectively.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Whether it's Buddy in there, or when you go to the bench, you got Kojo, you got Bielitsa. But now you come in there, you got DeLon Wright, you got Terrence Davis, you got Mo Harkness, you got Tyrese Halliburton. These are all relatively similar guys.
Yeah.
So when you switch, it's the same guy. You know what I mean? So I think that's kind of where, in my opinion, their style of play. They want to get up and down the floor. They shoot the 3-ball too, and they want to be able to switch on a defensive end and not lose anything. Even with a center like Rashawn Holmes,
mm-hmm.
That's
he was
a guy
very complimentary of. That's probably another note.
Mm-hmm.
Not that he wasn't complimentary of everybody's name who came up, but sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think they got guys. If you look at the guys they brought in, I don't want to say the same guy, but they got the same type of feel, right? DeLon, Mo Harkness, Terrence Davis, even Chris Silva. Like they're not far off from each other. It's not like they brought in DeLon and Nemanja Bjelica. This slow stretch forward type of guy. They're all generally the same. Good size for their position, athletic, can get up and down. And I think that's kind of what their style wants to be. I think that's what they're striving to be. They're not completely there yet, but I think that's where they're trying to go.
The chat house over on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel is absolutely eviscerating the word value.
Yeah, they're so opinionated in that chat house.
And that's all right. That's what they're here for. David says value is code for you got the Gucci from Wish. LOL. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing about Monty McNair, and it's something that after how many years was it with Vlade? Like 4 years, 5 years with Vlade?
I think so, yeah.
Monty's. This is maybe the introductory draft. Maybe this is the 4th time we've heard from Monty McNair since he's become the general manager.
Right.
He's not a soundbite.
No,
he's not going to give you. We had a better trade 2 days ago, or we had a better deal 2 days ago, or whatever that line was. He's not going to give you DeMarcus Cousins we're going to re-sign DeMarcus. He's not going to give you those sound bites. He's not going to tell you what he's going to do. You're not going to get into his strategy. You're going to get very blanket answers. Again, who wasn't he complimentary of? Like he was I love the proverbial schedule. Tyrese Halliburton is ahead of schedule. All right, cool. Where's this schedule? Can I download it? Can I put it on my phone so I know like when Tyrese is supposed to do certain things as a rookie? And that's not. I'm not trying to make fun of Monty McNair. We hear that in sports all the time. We hear it as relates to teams a lot. Wow, they're ahead of schedule. The Phoenix Suns, they're ahead of schedule. Where is this freaking schedule you guys keep talking about? But he talked about Tyrese, and gosh, I wish fans were there to see De'Aaron. He makes you walk away. Monty McNair makes you walk away feeling like you heard something when in reality you actually didn't. It sounded like we heard a Kings fan talking about Kings players. And of my opinion, and this is just my opinion, I know this isn't transparency. I don't think Monty has to tip his hand in anything that he's doing. I don't think he has to tip his hand in what he wants to do. I don't even think he has to tip his hand in what they just did. Certainly an explanation. And I saw some people in the chat, particularly Ramsey, seemed to be upset with James Ham's question. I thought it was a perfectly valid question about Terrence Davis. You and I knew a little, like we knew there was something. I'm not going to speak for you. I didn't get to read about it until after the show was over. And then when I read about it, it was like, oh, okay. Well, all right. So he addressed that. They're comfortable with it.
I didn't know the case was closed. I thought it was still pending. But I mean, learned something there.
I mean, they said they did their due diligence. Let's keep it moving. We'll step out. We'll come back. We've got Marshall Harris, who you heard from there a couple of moments ago. He's set to join us in about 15, 16 minutes or so. We'll continue to talk about the Sacramento Kings and a massive trade from the San Francisco 49ers. We'll keep it rolling here on this Friday afternoon on Twitch, on YouTube, on radio.com, and here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Sorry about that. I don't know what went wrong, guys, on the stream at the beginning. It was set up the way it normally was, but I assume it's running through like the Zoom program and not a browser. So maybe that affected it. And I realized what I did was I kept the video on the screen, but I put the audio on from my phone. So that's what happened. So sorry about that. You didn't miss anything. But still, sorry about that. And the press conference is concluded. There was only one question, and Tony asked it. He asked a 7-minute question.
Shout out to my main man.
I love Tony, man. He is, dude. You talk about putting in work, man. Tony has been here for a minute.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
He was covering the Monarchs back in the early 2000s, covering them strong too. John says we missed like 2.5 minutes. Oh, yeah. There was a certain point where I'm like thinking, how long do we stick with this? Because it's cool to hear Monty McNair, but he's not saying anything. So it was kind of like, let's leave it. I don't know. Hopefully y'all dug it. It was the first time we did a Zoom conference live. So hopefully y'all dug it. If you didn't, sorry.
Yeah, I liked it. I liked it. I would have liked it if I was a listener. I would think, have that option here.
Trying to think of like, what could I ask him? And then I panicked a little bit because you guys couldn't hear him at first. And then I kind of lost track of what was happening. So tell me about that 10 spot, Monty, huh? Huh? What do you think?
I don't know if it's being too ambitious here. People talk about the 10th spot. Yeah, you got to crawl before you can walk.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Julian. Appreciate you, baby.
9 and 8 ain't that far away.
It's really not. It's really not.
9 and 8, and you got 2 against the AC coming up. They are as well have a crazy schedule in the second half. Their schedule is crazy. No nights off.
That's right. Yeah, Ramsey. Ooh. It's there. My man, Julian. I miss you, buddy, man. Thanks for checking in with us. Jilly. Jilly's retweeting us on Twitter. I don't know if she's still there, but hi, Jilly.
Shout out Jilly, not from Philly.
Jelly, not from Philly.
What's good, bro? How you doing, man?
Julian's that dude, man. I'm gonna do something wild tomorrow, bro. I don't think I've done it in a year. I'm gonna go out to dinner.
Oh,
I honest to God, I don't think I've been out to dinner in
I
in
know
a
I
year.
haven't. Not sitting. Have I been anywhere sitting down? I don't. It's been too cold. I'm not sitting outside.
Yeah, that's kind of what I felt like. But
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I ain't been there in a while.
I haven't seen in a while. And Little Space has outdoor seating, and it was like,
Yeah.
all right,
Yeah, man. Hey, be safe. You know, we all want to be
Mm-hmm,
safe, mask up and all this other stuff. But you know, if you can, it's time to dip your toe in the water a little bit. Man.
yeah. And we're out at normal time, right? Appreciate my man David at Dr. Hill Jr. over there on Twitter. He said, Damien, those were some PGA Tour Masters level cut-ins. We'll stay here for a few more minutes. We'll check out after this. I was like, I didn't mean to do the low voice when we were interjecting. It's just silent. Like there's a time for silence, I think, when you're having a conversation, particularly on the radio. Like some people in radio are scared of silence. Yeah. And I think silence, like silence can be funny, silence can be scary, silence can make you think like that. But silence when like a press conference is going on, to me, that's not good. So I don't know why I started with all right, we'll be back with more Monty McNair here. That's Marshall Harris. I don't know why I did that. Should have hit some. Should have hit
being
some
respectful of the listeners and of Monty McNair.
I should have hit some slow jams as I was talking there.
Oh
like,
yeah,
hey, now.
baby.
I don't.
Oh yeah, baby.
Like hey, speaking of slow jams. Oh no, that's not a slow jam. That's my bad. That's my bad. That's not a slow jam. We've played that a couple of times today. If you're just tuning in,
are you gonna play that for Monty? Are you gonna play that for Monty?
You know what? No, because I expect that from Monty. I expect Monty to say that he's happy with Luke Walton or Luke Walton is doing a good job or blah, 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 blah.
Great. Even I wouldn't say great.
I don't know, man. Bro, you said this. You said it with Jason Jones. You guys tried to ruin my day or anger me the other, not yesterday, but, maybe 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
You weren't even talking about Luke Walton the rest of the year. You were talking about Luke Walton next year.
Only makes sense, man. It only makes sense.
No, it doesn't.
It does. While Monty was talking, though,
he is single-handedly responsible for the regression of Harrison Barnes.
Oh, okay.
It's the only thing I can come up with right now.
He's the coach, yeah. So he's responsible.
He's responsible for the regression, not the progression of anybody out there on the floor, just the regression of Harrison Barnes.
The progression goes to Rico Hines.
That's what it. Rico, Alvin, Lindsay, all those good folks out there.
Yeah. So while Monty was talking, much like when sometimes in high school when the teacher was talking, I'd just be doing my own thing. So while Monty was talking, I was doing my own thing. I was trying to figure out the rotations.
Yeah.
Okay. I was trying to humor me a little bit here.
Okay.
As I try to figure out how deep these guys can go right now with the playing time and guys that get in. And I got your starters, obviously Fox, Halliburton, Hill, Barnes, and Holmes. Then coming off the bench, I went DeLon Wright. I think he's definitely, in the rotation. Metu. I put Whiteside in there. I don't have him as a buyout candidate yet. So I got Whiteside, Metu.
Sore knee last night.
Sore knee. We'll see how long that lasts.
Mm-hmm.
And he talked up Terrence Davis a lot.
Yeah,
all the off the court things aside, like we all know what that is, guys. I want to say that right now. We all know what it is. I think we all feel the same way about it. I don't want to speak for you, Damien, but we're not cool with that type of stuff. So we don't have to say that every time. But he talked him up a lot, and I think he's got plans for him. I think he'd be in the rotation. So right now you're at 9 guys. Right on the outskirts, you got Kyle Guy, Justin James, Woodard, Silva, and then way on the outskirts, what about when Bagley comes back?
So that opens up a lot of questions right there, because given what we've seen, is Bagley out of the starting rotation?
I think he is, and okay. I've held firm with that for a long time. When people are like, well, he needs to earn his way into the starting lineup. If they continue to play like this, and I'm not even saying they got to be fought, only lose one game or something, but if they're playing well and he's ready to come back, no, you don't start him. No, you don't start him.
I agree. Second question. Any chance at all Buddy gets moved to the bench for, say, DeLon Wright?
No, because I don't think you need to do that. Once again, DeLon, he's probably like a shooting guard by nature, but he can handle the ball as a point guard. So if you move him into the starting lineup, I don't really think there's any need to. Then you leave your bench kind of naked as far as like setting up Buddy Hield in that role.
Maybe a little repetitive with Tyrese. Buddy's different. Like Buddy is not like Tyrese. So if you get a good Buddy night, he's nothing like Tyrese. If maybe DeLon is repetitive. I don't know that we've mentioned this today because we had Monty McNair, Kings. We had the huge story of the San Francisco 49ers trading up to the number 3 pick in the draft. Darrell Wright is going to join us. DeLon's brother, Darrell, the NBA veteran, 16 years in pro basketball, does Warrior pregame. Like, he's going to be with us coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. So make your plans to be with us. We didn't get Tyrese Halliburton on draft day. We got Mr. Halliburton. We got his dad. We weren't able to lock down DeLon Wright, so we went and got Darrell. That's what we do.
It's all good. We adjust on the fly.
Did you mention in your little rotation plan there, and it's interesting to think about for sure. Did you mention Kyle Guy?
I did. I got him on the outskirts, and he's probably even further in the outskirts now because shout out to Ramsey. I forgot about Mo Harkless. I mean, he would be in the rotation as well.
He should be, yeah.
So now you're going 10 deep with the starters. Wright, Davis, Harkless, Metu, and Whiteside. Kind of feel like Metu and Whiteside might be a little repetitive. I don't know if both.
Then it's Metu. The correct answer is Metu. Then, if that's the case, if they're repetitive, then the answer is Metu.
Yeah. So I got Kyle Guy, and as much as I stand for him and want him to find some minutes, I don't know if they're there.
Yeah,
I really don't, because even with all this, like having this, a little deeper team and a couple guys that you can go to in your rotation. That doesn't get away from the fact that with Fox and Halliburton, I guess you could say too, I want about 32 minutes a night. If the situation calls for it, we're going to 35 minutes.
Okay.
So there should be more than what has been there, but there's not a whole lot of minutes to be had in that bench unit.
Yeah.
So you're not going to have that many guys playing. So I got Guy, Justin James, Woodard, Silva, and I hadn't even got Bagley in there, when he comes back. I got those guys on the outskirts looking in. They're already going 10 deep right now.
That's just that Luke doesn't coach that way, though.
Now,
go ahead.
No, because you were about to say it too. Does he not coach that way because he couldn't?
Right.
He didn't have the horses.
That's fair.
Because last year,
that's fair.
Last year he went about 9 or 10. They had the starters. Then Buddy would get in. Then Alex Lennon would get in. Bazemore, we're at 8 at that point.
Yeah.
Be elite to play towards the end.
Sure.
Daquan played a little bit. So yeah, maybe he just didn't have the horses. I don't know though. I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see.
Pulled up. I think we gave you Tyrese Halliburton's numbers since moving into the starting lineup. Team is 5-1, 16.3 points per game, 4 assists per game. 51% from the field, 51% from behind the arc, 92% from the line, 33 minutes per game.
That's what I'm talking about.
He's plus the 3.8. I know not everybody loves the plus minus stat, but just to put it out there, Tyrese is plus 3.8. Harrison Barnes, in those same 6 games, 37 minutes per game, 41% from the field, 23% from the three-point line. He's 87% from the free throw line, but 8.7 rebounds, 4.8 assists, just 10.8 points per game. That's over. And I'm actually surprised it's that high.
Yeah, he's struggled. He has struggled, at least with his shooting.
He's
Like
been
you said,
single
he's done
digits.
other things, but his shooting has really, really struggled.
2 points versus Golden State last night, which is just 1 of 10. That's just incredible. He was 2 of 7 in the game before, the night before, against the Atlanta Hawks. 9 points in that one. 4 of 10 in the game before that, just 9 points, and then 12, 15, and 18. Those are the points. So he had a big game, relative. He had a big game against Washington when this run started. But, man, Harrison just kind of in a funk right now.
Struggling. But that's what happens. That's why Harrison Barnes, he's going to have these holes in his season.
And are you even remotely concerned about it?
No, I'm not. I'm not concerned about it. The only thing that I would be concerned about is, like you talked about, him at the 4. And maybe that takes a toll on him, or it takes something away from him on the offensive end.
Huh.
So maybe I am a little worried about it because he's not coming out the 4 anytime soon.
Yeah, I was going to say who could start at the 4 right now, but with the new acquisitions, but I don't think that it's there. Marshall Harris joins us. We'll continue to talk about the Sacramento Kings. We'll get back to the 49ers as well, as they have traded up in the upcoming NFL draft. They've got their eyes locked on a quarterback. They've worked out something with the Miami Dolphins. They're drafting 3rd. We'll talk all about that as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Marshall Harris in the house.
Boom. There's our guy. Can't hear?
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You can hear me? You can hear me?
I can hear you.
Thumbs up if you can hear me.
I can hear you, but there's
you.
like a weird echo. Stand
on,
by.
something's wrong.
I got you. Hang on. Wait a minute. Made a few adjustments there for the press conference. As Bill Cosby used to say, wait. Oh, you're not allowed to quote Bill Cosby. Shoot. Hang on. I got you, Marshall. Right here. Boom. You got us. You got us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can't hear you.
You can't hear us.
I'm going to leave this. I'm going to turn off my computer and turn it back on.
Okay. That'll do it. Everything is
up, man.
Why is everybody? Why is everything being difficult? Like, what are we doing? Come on, man. Everything got to be so difficult. Literally, everything is set up the way that it always is.
That's
I was
what
like, man,
happens.
Marshall here early too. Much for that. I love the answer for everything is to turn the computer off and turn it back on. Marshall using no. Yes, boss.
So you guys see today, and I'm gonna hit this hard over the weekend. From what I can tell, the Wi-Fi is no problem. It just has its mind of its own. Mind of its own.
Oh, yeah, you don't sound good right now. I just want to, not terrible, just but not good. Are you
See
hardwired yet? You looked. I was going to ask you earlier, but I was afraid it would like jinx it if I asked if you were hardwired because you looked really good earlier.
No, I meant to try it today though, but today just got crazy with. There was other things I was doing around here for the other job. So, yeah, didn't get a chance to get at it the way I wanted to. But thank you. And I don't know, is this is the thing we was talking about yesterday though, right? Because I don't know what the issue is with when I'm on the broadcaster anymore.
I just
Why
think,
it sound-
yeah, it just doesn't sound good. I don't know. Like, I don't know. The only thing that I think it could possibly be is your internet. Because Deuce and Mo have the exact same setup we do in terms of like the microphone, the roadcaster, everything. And they sound.
It sounds like a microphone issue. but I don't.
That's why I got you that microphone, because that's what I thought. I thought it was your microphone, and then when I heard you, it was like, oh, wasn't the microphone. It makes one of the main reasons I think it's your internet is because you get that Zoom sound, that like that like computerized sound. Hey, there he is. He's giving us the thumbs up. Sometimes you just gotta
hear you guys.
Turn everything off, turn it back on. We'll be good to go.
That's what my engineers tell me to do all the time. I don't know if you noticed my new name, by the way.
You don't know if I know what?
Notice my new name as displayed. Is that showing up?
No, it doesn't show up.
AKA.
It says AKA Kenny's father. That's all.
Oh, yeah.
No need for that to be on there.
Hold on. I actually think that I can. Hang on, guys. We're coming back right now. ESPN 1320's college hoops coverage all tournament long is brought to you by Elk Grove Dodge and the Elk Grove Auto Mall and online at elkgrovedodge.com. We are so happy that you are here with us. Fresh off a press conference with Monty McNair is a good friend, Marshall Harris of CBS 13. Marshall, did you get as little out of that press conference as we did?
I mean, unless something major happens, what do you really want to get? I mean,
well, that's what we were talking about. Like you're not going to get a look into the strategy here.
Yeah, that would be not smart on Monty McNair's part. So I think he did his thing. He wasn't rude. He answered questions. How he wanted to answer them, and that's really all it is. I think it's a very different dynamic to do that press conference on Zoom as opposed to in real life, because you get a feel energy in the room, and that's one of the things I miss about really in real life, like interaction. But no, I was satisfied. I was satisfied with his moves at the deadline. They all made sense. I'm super analytical, so I'm just like, okay, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I listened to Monty, and I just felt like he said a lot without saying anything. And like you said, he's not gonna give us the whole strategy right there. I understand that, but it was a typical GM press conference. It's all good. No problem.
With all that said, though, the Kings are playing good ball right now. The Kings are playing really well. They won 5 out of 6.
Who just said that? Who's talking right now? I can't.
Is
that Damian Barling? Is that Damian Barling? Is that the same Damian Barling that came on a show called Sports Sunday and literally laughed at my man? No, Sports Extra he was on. Laughed at my man Charlie Walters' face when he asked him about the Kings making a run at a playoff spot.
I don't remember that happening at all. I don't remember that.
I work in television, right? I can pull up video, right?
There's no video. No, that didn't happen. Who's Charlie? There's no Charlie doesn't work there. It's Marshall and Sarah. See, everybody knows that's. I don't recall that happening whatsoever.
It's okay, Damien. We all make bad predictions. It's fine.
But okay, okay. Calm down, everybody. First of all, this isn't the first time that the team has played well, but
it isn't.
It's like I love what I'm seeing. Maybe it's Tyrese in the starting lineup. I don't know what it is. What do you see? Like what's happening here? Why is it the this isn't a negative remark, but is it the schedule? Is it the opponents that they're facing?
I think all those things have a factor, but at the end of the day, you got to play who is on the schedule and beat them. Like if they had lost that game last night without Stephen Curry, without Draymond Green, conversation, your attitude would not only would it be lesser, it would be in the complete polar opposite direction. You'd be like, that's a game you have to win. You're playing the team literally holding down the 10 spot in the Western Conference without their all-star players, and you can't even get up and get a win at home against that team. I'm just doing my best Damian Barling impersonation right now. How am I doing? How am I doing, Kenny? If they had lost that game last night.
I like it. You gotta,
so I get that it's Friday and you're really feeling Friday. Look, it's 80 degrees or so outside right now. It's real sunny right now in Sacramento.
I like that.
Who they play on Saturday? Who do they play tomorrow?
They play Cleveland.
Let them lose that game against Cleveland, and let me dial in at noon on Monday. What am I going to hear?
Well, so what you'll hear is, and this is honest to God truth, Kenny and I both felt good about the Atlanta game. We both had a feeling about, like, you can't lose to Golden State. This was before we knew Draymond Green was out. We knew things were going to be a little, weird because of the trade deadline and available players and all of that stuff. Cleveland, to me, the Cleveland game has the feel for Cleveland the way that the Atlanta game had for Sacramento. You've got that tape, you have that loss on your books, and now you're looking at it like you're coming into this game, if you're Cleveland, with a little bit more motivation, if you will. So
I have a question.
Okay.
Who was the best player on the floor last night?
De'Aaron Fox.
Who will be the best player on the floor on Saturday?
De'Aaron Fox.
De'Aaron Fox.
Any game going forward in which you have the best player on the floor, you must win that game, period. That's how the Kings make the playoffs.
Okay.
That's how they get in the top 10 and play beyond the regular season. Is that a fair thing to ask?
That's absolutely, it's fair to ask. Yeah.
So that's all I'm saying, Damien, is because Kenny, we talk all the time about, well, these teams have more talent than the Kings, blah, blah, blah. But that's not necessarily the case anymore in some of these games. So the games in which you have the decisive advantage with best player on the floor, your best player's got to be your best player and lead your team to victory.
I agree 100%.
I like that, Coach. I'm motivated.
I agree 100%. And they got a game on Saturday against Cleveland that they should take care of business with. That's just what it is. And people were gun shy here because we've done that for, I don't know, 5-6 years, when something looked like it might get rosy. And the Kings always fall flat on their face. But number one, me saying it means nothing. Number two, at some point, they're going to have to cash in. They're going to have to start coming in and taking care of these opportunities like they did last night. They had an opportunity last night to take care of business. They did it in a pretty comfortable way. There was times when it got down to 12, and I'm like, this game shouldn't be 12. This game shouldn't be 9. But at the end of the day, Fox came in there. He spread it out to about 20 or whatever the case may be. They should take their business the same way on Saturday.
You call it comfortable. I'm going to call it demonstrative. They did it in a demonstrative way. They were like, we'll play you neck and neck for a little while. Okay, now, boom, game over.
That's how it should have been yesterday.
Second quarter was like, okay, enough of this. Boom. No one on your team can stay in front of me because no one in the NBA can stay in front of me. Watch me now. And that's what they did. And then Tyrese Halliburton was like, hey, Damien, you dropped something over there. Oh,
hey, careful. Hey, nope. That's not what happened. My dude's name is Lee. His name is Lee. That's what we're going to call him. We're going to call him Lee. We'll say that Damien
episodes of Kung Fu on Saturday afternoon.
His name, he lost.
Just Lee?
I met with Dame Lillard. I met with a couple of other dames, and we just determined we've got to take away Damien from. He's just Lee. He can't be D Lee because that belongs to Derek. So he's just Lee now, like Cher.
So is he
Madonna,
below you on the on the Damien ratings? Is Lee below low now on the?
After that, yep, he below.
Is he below Damien the Snake?
Nah, he's top 5. He's top 5.
Okay.
He's top 5. You see what he did? He scared Andre the Giant right into a heart attack. Like, come on, man. That's real talk. Come on, man. That's real talk. Stop messing around here. You mentioned Tyrese. You mentioned De'Aaron. Rashawn Holmes had 25 and 11 last night. Oof. And perhaps we've been trying to, you're making that hand sign for those who aren't on the radio, who aren't watching on the stream. You're making that signal for money, man. And, James Ham said to us yesterday, curious to get your thoughts on this. Perhaps we got the clearest indication of what this front office thinks of Rashawn Holmes yesterday when he wasn't moved. As Marshall takes a big swig of Gatorade for effect.
Well, I'm pondering what you're saying. That could be the case, but I'll say this. If they're going to make a push, they weren't going to make a push for the top 10 in the West without Rashawn Holmes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
He's off the roster. What are you doing? You're playing Hassan Whiteside 25, 30 minutes a game?
He has a sore knee.
Yikes.
Yo, the way you just said he has a sore knee, though. Listen, so point being is they would have had to have been blown away to get. Is somebody giving up a first round pick for Rashawn Holmes? I don't think so.
Yeah.
There was first round pick on the table somewhere.
So that's a low. I don't know who's got the
It was like a contending team, so it would have been a late first round pick, but
okay.
It was on the table. I wouldn't have done it, like you said.
Well, with De'Aaron, here's my thing. With De'Aaron, if the goal is to build a winning culture, which I've now heard from the coach to the GM to everybody else involved, if that's the true goal we're talking about, you've got to get these guys in positions to be as good as they can be the back half of the season. Rashawn Holmes makes everyone around him better. That's the bottom line. So why would you get rid of him? Same thing with the whole Harrison Barnes thing. It was like he makes the team better. When you're talking about this young group, he's still in his prime. You got to be blown away to give up some of these players that people were trying to move at the deadline.
Well, Marshall, it's the whole thing of the unknown and the hope. That's what people want. They want the, just bottom out. So you have unlimited hope. You know what I'm saying?
Can you bottom out if you've been at the bottom for the better part of a decade and a half?
Yeah, some people you can't.
You can't rebuild if you never built anything.
That's a loser's mentality. It's like you have an empty lot, right? And you start putting bricks together, right? And you're like, all right, we're gonna build something. And then you get like 10 rows of bricks up, right? And you're like, you know what? I don't like the way this house looks. The house isn't built yet. And then you just clear all the bricks out. What kind of sense does that make?
I didn't hear anything you said about loser's mentality.
Do you agree or do you disagree?
I get you though.
I'm with you. I don't believe you can rebuild something that's never been built.
What?
It doesn't make sense. And this team has been in a constant state of trying to figure out the foundation of the house they're trying to build for, 15 years or whatever it's been now. And so I actually I do like the direction that they're going. Because I didn't agree with the idea of getting rid of Harrison Barnes. I hated the idea of getting rid of Harrison Barnes. But Buddy, that's an entirely different subject that I don't know that you'll even be able to move him right now with the amount of money on his contract and the way that he's performing. But if the idea is to build around De'Aaron and Tyrese, I really hope you keep Rashawn Holmes around. You add some depth, and maybe you could put something together with this team. Because De'Aaron, and I think what's lost in all this, you said when you're the best player on the floor, the team should win. Dude, De'Aaron is good. There are going to be some games now that maybe he wasn't before, but De'Aaron is going to wind up being the best player on the floor a lot more than he might have been last year.
Okay, that's fair. Here's my question about the Rashawn Holmes thing. Rashawn Holmes, what you just said, but at the end of the season, if you can get John Collins, would you go get John Collins and give up Rashawn Holmes? Because there's more money involved in that. I don't know how much Rashawn's going to get, but it's not going to be as much as Collins. I don't believe.
Nah, I don't think so.
Right. I agree.
So
I wouldn't hate it. I don't know. Can I push? Is it a wash?
I think it depends on how this season plays out. To be honest, if they mess around and play well enough to get to a 9 or 10 seed, or heaven forbid, an 8 seed, and they're on that side of the play-in game, I think that means you got something there with Rashawn Holmes, De'Aaron Fox, Tyrese Halliburton. You see, they got a rhythm to each other. They kind of starting to. Oh, I know for a fact when I make this move, Rashawn's going to be here. I can just know, look, because he's here, push shot going up. Like again, is a synergy with each other. So it really depends on how the season ends, to be honest with you. If they flame out, maybe you don't even think about bringing Rashawn Holmes back, because then why am I bringing him back? They didn't even play well in the season.
Well, here's the thing. Did you guys catch when Rashawn Holmes shot that 3 last night?
I did see that.
Like he caught it. It wasn't a buzzer beater thing. It wasn't a clock winding down thing. It's like, I'm going to catch this right here. I'm going to look at the goal, and I'm going to launch. Think about the difference in this conversation if he had that ability, because to me, that's the biggest thing John Collins brings that Rashawn Holmes does not. You do different things in your offense and spread the floor in a way Rashawn Holmes does not allow you to do. Not that his, like that unstoppable float push shot game is nice to have as a safety valve if you're a guy who's always driving to the bucket. I get that. But to me, that might be the difference in why I say Collins over Holmes. Money notwithstanding, I don't know what the salary difference would be between those guys. But if you're looking at the guy who did not play last night and trying to get on my board here and write up some equations. The guy that did not play last night, I don't know how he fits in with what I'm seeing. He can fit, but I don't know what Monty McNair's vision is of Marvin Bagley with this team going forward. And hopefully he's back sooner rather than later and we can get some ideas.
Let me ask you a question here.
Hold that thought 1 second, KC. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, or radio.com sports station. And driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damien Barling. We are joined by Marshall Harris of CBS 13. You can watch along with the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 on the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. Of course, you can listen on radio.com and on 1320 AM as well.
I just want to ask Marshall, because you were there last night, right, at the game?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I get out the house every now and again, go down. There's like 5 people there. We hanging out.
I really don't know. This is a real question, and I wanted to go back and check and didn't really get a chance to. Was Marvin there last night?
I don't remember seeing him. I'm sure I would think he was there, but I don't remember. He's been there many times when he's been hurt. So
I know he has, but it hadn't been in this situation.
I didn't see him, but that doesn't mean he wasn't there.
It hadn't been after he asked for a trade.
We don't know that he asked for a trade, do we?
Wait, did he ask for a trade? Is that on the record? Did somebody?
It was out there. It was out there. Remember, we did a whole.
Nah, see, I don't do the conjecture of it was out there.
We did a whole app on that he want to move on.
We did?
I
Yeah.
wasn't involved in that.
What? No, I know his dad put some stuff out there. I know there were sure, okay, maybe yeah, okay. I think I remember a report saying I don't think it was Marvin Bagley asked for a trade though, right? It was
not officially, and they looking at officially.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I think we're under the belief that maybe Marvin doesn't want to be here anymore.
Yeah, and I don't know. I'm talking about it on the air, working through it on the air. I don't know how I feel about him not being there last night if he wasn't on the bench.
To me, it's a non. It doesn't matter to me unless he comes out and says, "I want to trade. I want to be traded." It doesn't. It's all conjecture, and it's not important enough for me to address. Yeah, we're talking about my self-importance. It's not important enough for me to spend my time on.
We talk about, Bagley and Rashawn. What has Rashawn done something to not earn a contract next year with the Sacramento Kings?
Oh no, it's going to come down to, do you want to pay him what he deserves to be paid? It's, we live in a capitalistic society, guys. You earn your value. Your value is whatever someone's willing to pay you. I don't know that the Kings are willing to pay more than everybody else in the NBA, and there's no hometown discount because I don't believe he's from Sacramento. So, I mean, all's fair, in love and war, and next.
I know as long as he was back. Like, for instance, if Charlotte offered him 52 and the Kings were like, we're coming in at 48, and I know this is a big contract for him. This is the contract for him. You don't lose. Logic says you don't leave any dollars on the table. But I do think as long as they don't, quote unquote, disrespect him with an offer, I think it doesn't have to be dollar for dollar somewhere else. I think they've said too many times, in my opinion, how much they love it here and they want to be here. Like I said, if Charlotte had 50 on the table and the Kings had 48, I think he'd stay for the 48.
But what if Charlotte says, don't you want to play with the reigning rookie of the year?
Allegedly, perhaps. Don't go giving out awards yet. What are you doing?
Damien, no. And Monty will say, we've got the reigning rookie of the year right here.
There you go. There you go. It's facts. This is Marshall Harris of CBS 13 in Charlotte all of a sudden.
No, listen. That was a joke. That was clearly a joke. I'm just messing with y'all. But we know Charlotte's going to the – I'm sorry. We do know Charlotte's going to the playoffs.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. We don't know if the Kings are – now, maybe if the Kings make that run and he's a vital part of that run, he's like, yo, let's run it back. I think we're about to take another step. And Tyrese and De'Aaron are giving you, 50 a night between the two of them, giving you a combined 50 piece, then that's a different conversation. I mean, he's one of the most efficient players in all of the NBA, for sure. And that value is real. But I just don't know how good he makes you in terms of, the the ultimate goal? Can he be your starting center on a world championship team? And I understand people are like, world championship, we just want to be in the play-in game on the road. We're right to win a game and maybe win another game and make the playoffs.
Well, I don't think that's what people want. I think people are trying to be realistic. Is like, what's the of course we all want to win a championship. Everybody wants to win a championship. 30 fan bases across the league want to win a championship. The San Francisco 49ers made a move today because they want to win a Super Bowl. That's why they're doing it. Like, but you also have got to be realistic in it. Like, let's take a step forward here with this team that won 31 games last year, I think. Like, what is a realistic opportunity? The West has put up a realistic opportunity for a 9 and a 10 spot. There's no hyperbole here. Isn't that your favorite thing in all the sports? There's no hyperbole here in talking about a championship. It's a realistic opportunity of getting to 8 or 9 or 9 or 10, maybe even 8.
But a playoff spot is a real opportunity, and we've had this yo-yo conversation before. They're playing so well right now, and that's usually, or at least historically, speaking of this season, been followed by a period. And how could they be playing this bad after playing so well like they were 2 weeks?
Well, maybe you should have me on the show when the team is playing good and not remember all of the stuff I say when they're playing bad. How about that?
Let's get you on this Sunday then. Let's get you on this Sunday. Let's get you
Man,
on
if
this
they
Sunday.
lose Saturday, boy, I swear.
So like you can't.
He was so perturbed when he was on there the other day. He was
What'd you
said he was so perturbed the other day when he was on there.
Exactly. So that's what, like you heard him. Like Damien, the tape speaks, bruh. Like we can hear you. Like
I was trying to impress Coach Katz. I was trying to show out for the coach. Hey, we should mention Kenny will be back on TV beginning tomorrow when coverage of the NCAA tournament continues.
Sunday.
Sunday. My mistake. CBS 13. Casey will be back on TV. What do you think about what the 49ers did? That's a massive, massive deal moving up to the third pick of the draft.
Who's got the number 2 pick?
New York.
And they're not getting a quarterback?
They are. I think.
They are going to get a quarterback.
And I think San Francisco knows exactly what quarterback they're getting.
Okay, this reminds me of when the Eagles traded up to get the number 2 pick, and they knew that the number 1 pick was going to be Jared Goff, and that's why they were able to be like, all right, number 2, we're getting our guy.
Even though they said publicly they don't care which one is taken first, we'll take the other one. That then was a lie, just as, we like a whole bunch of guys there. That's a lie too.
The whole bunch of guys is definitely a lie. If you're at number 3, there's only 3 guys you like. If you trade that much to get up to number 3, there's only 3 guys you like. And we already know Trevor Lawrence definitely going number 1. So number 2 is
Zach Wilson.
Really?
I don't know, but
would you have gone Trey Lance? I was curious. Like, is it Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, Justin Fields? Is that the top 3 quarterbacks after Trevor Lawrence?
Justin Fields is interesting because, like, I feel like half the teams don't even think he's like a 2nd round pick. You know what I'm saying?
That's crazy. Like, I'm not even the biggest Justin Fields guy, but that's insane.
This talent evaluation, especially when you're talking about quarterbacks, is so subjective in the mental makeup and our system and all of those things. So none of that surprises me anymore at all, ever. And I'm curious to see how the NFL. This is the most interested I've been in the NFL draft in a long time, because usually I'm really bored by the NFL draft because it's like, okay, I gotta wait 2 or 3 years to see how these guys develop into whatever.
I agree.
So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens. I was not expecting the 49ers to make a move of this size, and then the ramifications of the Dolphins and the Eagles behind that, and like, yo, this QB thing is real. The arms race is real. And I'm interested to see what happens. And there's still like quarterback situations around the NFL. Like, so Andy Dalton's a starting quarterback in Chicago. I got it right.
QB1, you ain't heard?
And like, I'm just looking around and I'm wondering, how's this all? Russell's going to stay and be QB1 in Seattle, right?
One more year.
And Deshaun Watson's going to.
Yeah,
What's wrong with that?
Let's talk about Deshaun later.
What I'm saying is there's a lot to monitor right now
Sure.
across the league in terms of quarterback play and
There's
where
a
the
whole
guys
lot
end
to
up.
monitor in that situation. Yeah, I know us too. That's our exact response too. That is our exact response, which is why we have just completely left that story alone until it's time to address. Well, you Philadelphia, like, so Jalen Hurts is right, or Joe Flacco's he winning the job? Like the quarterback position is so fascinating.
What do they call it in school when you just take the year off? The
gap year. That's what the Kings are doing.
That's the Kings are having. You ain't heard? It's a gap year.
Kings had a gap decade, but listen, gap year for the Eagles. Gap year for the Eagles.
Okay.
Clear gap year for the Eagles, right? Like you look around and you're like, okay, like they think they're going to win the NFC East, come in second, wild card. What?
I have no anybody predicting who's winning the NFC East it's just laughable here at this point. But I love
Dak is back.
He's back. Yep.
Mississippi State.
Revisionist history is just extraordinary. Like, I love me some Dak Prescott, but they were losing games when he was playing. They would have been winless if it wasn't for Atlanta.
Oh, Atlanta. Ooh.
Best message so far is sucks radio can't see Marshall's facial expressions. They're hilarious.
I am slightly animated when I speak on things. I'm sorry. Look, but it's a happy face. Like, yo, it's Friday. I know I got to work this weekend, but y'all going to go out and enjoy this beautiful weather. It's supposed to be 82 degrees on Saturday.
I'm outside this weekend. I don't know where.
Yeah, all y'all are outside. Get outside and move around. And
Damien, take this off the screen.
I didn't. What are you talking about? What's on the screen?
Take this off the screen.
What's on the screen? There are people. Kenny, this is a radio show. What's on the screen? I'm not sure. We're gonna step out, Marshall. You could see Marshall Harris and Kenny Caraway together on CBS 13 coming up this weekend, following NCAA tournament coverage. We'll be back with more of D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
This dude.
Y'all are wild.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I appreciate you, Kenny.
It's all good, bro.
You making Papa proud, dog. You making Papa proud, Keeping Damien in line. Because Damien's saying some crazy stuff through the week.
Marshall, Marshall like the dad and Don't Be a Menace. I got to put Marshall to bed. Marshall got bedtime. I'm going to go out. Marshall going to bed.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I'll take that heat. No, I appreciate you guys having me on.
Baseball back next week.
Thursday, bro. Opening day. That's a holiday for me. That's how I celebrate. I'm like,
oh my God, really? Thursday?
Yeah.
April 1st? What? A's home opener. Now the Giants don't start for another week plus, but yeah, people probably know that.
Let me know when we get to game like 175. I can really lock in.
They don't have 175.
Your hatred is duly noted.
Playoffs.
Oh, you don't want to see the first 7 games of the playoffs?
All right. On that note, y'all have a great evening, okay? I will talk to you guys later.
Appreciate you, Marshall. Thanks, man.
Oh, also, shout out to all the people in the chat. I do be reading on the sides. Y'all are great. And I love y'all. Keep these guys honest while I'm gone. Until next.
That's it. All right, man.
All right, big dog.
Nah, where's bro? Not even that. Barely even that. Game 175, inning 6. Y'all give me a call. Say, hey man, turn this on. Turn it on. Man. Marshall is definitely the best. He's fantastic.
Opening day for the softball league. Just got the word.
Oh, there you go.
Next Friday.
Are you connected?
Oh, snap. There we go.
Okay, that's better. That's better.
There we go. Check.
Yeah, that was a little one of those questions, boy. Whew. That was rough. I was like, come on, baby. Come on, let's get through this question. I
think about it every time
just
I talk.
Plug it into the hard wire. That's got to be. Dang on.
The other day, and I had the adapter, because I'm on the MacBook.
Yeah.
And it didn't do that. So I got to dig deep and see if there's something I did wrong. But I had to wire into the adapter. I couldn't get internet. So that's why I had to go back to the Wi-Fi. So I'm going to try again.
You playing Elk Grove?
Yes, sir. What's the name of that park?
Elk Grove Park.
No. I don't go to that side of Elk Grove.
You can't get in here, park. You,
I don't go to that side.
You don't make HOA payments to get into this park.
Oh, Grove Park on the it's on the 99 side. I don't frequent that too much.
You ain't missed nothing, B. We got you. I know we have fun here on the chat. This is a radio show. We have to reset and say the same things over and over again many times. We got you, buddy. You ain't missed nothing. We probably should get back into that a little bit. We should get back into that trade.
Boom, boom. Yeah, you're 100% correct. Bartholomew Sports Park. You out there, Skip? You out there Friday? What's good, man? What's good? Friday night. Tap in.
Just got paid.
Hey, Friday night. Feeling right.
Oh, man. Darrell Wright. Man, literally nobody texted us back, huh? Text like 4 people. No one texts us back.
Streaming live on Twitch, YouTube, Periscope, and radio.com. Here's D-Lo and Casey.
Want to get back into this conversation about the San Francisco 49ers. We'll talk more about the Kings. There's so much to talk about here on this Friday. One thing we like to do here, KC, is what we're watching this weekend. I know what I'm watching. It's Paige versus Caitlin. Paige Beckers versus Caitlin Clark coming up this weekend. I think it's a 10 a.m. start. UConn and Iowa. These are 2 of the baddest. You want some buckets, you want some points. These are 2 of the baddest freshman women on the planet, man. And this is one of the games I've been looking forward to seeing this entire tournament.
That's going to be a good one. I'm going to tap into that one. I'm definitely check it out. But, I mean, for me, especially with still in there, CW tournament, I actually have to watch it. I got to be ready to talk about it. So I'm really going to be watching that. Michigan, Florida State on Sunday. I think I got to double check that. But yeah,
Sunday.
Definitely checking that out. But the women, all of the women's tournament, they're in my area now.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah, these next 2 days of the women's tournament is going to be so freaking legit. There are going to be some great games. I think there's going to be some upsets over the course of the next few days as well. It's going to be super entertaining. I think both tournaments are going to be really, really good. So I'm excited for this weekend as a basketball fan, and I'm excited to watch Paige Beckers and Caitlin Clark here in what I think will be the last season for a long time that UConn doesn't win the national championship. We've spent a lot of time talking about the Sacramento Kings. We'll spend a lot more time talking about the Sacramento Kings. Is Darrell Wright? He's DeLon's brother. He also covers the Golden State Warriors. He works with our man Bonte Hill, who was with us yesterday. He's going to be with us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. He was on that 2006 NBA championship team with the Miami Heat. Has played for the Blazers, the 76ers, played for the Warriors. We'll talk to him about his career. We'll talk to him about the game last night. We'll talk to him about his brother. What type of style is this one? You think Darrell still whoops his brother? Like they get out on the court. You think he can still get him?
Yeah, I think he still gets them.
I think he's like let's look this up before he joins us. 30, 35, 36 probably.
Probably around there.
He's been a pro for 16 years. Okay.
He's a little taller than DeLon. I think DeLon's probably about 6'5" or whatever. Probably 6'7" if I had this.
Okay.
6'7", yeah.
Okay, yeah, he'll be with us in about 40 minutes, top of the 3 o'clock hour. And again, we'll talk a lot more about the Sacramento Kings, the run that they're on. But the San Francisco 49ers, they made a massive trade this morning, as reported by Adam Schefter. They are shipping some future draft picks. They're swapping their 12 this year for the 3 with the Miami Dolphins. And, you only do that for one position and one position only, and that's the quarterback. You are in quarterback territory here if you're the San Francisco 49ers. And Schefter's tweeting it. Everybody's confirming it. Jimmy's our guy. We're not trading Jimmy Garoppolo. We listen to Kenny Caraway every day. Kenny Caraway said, keep Jimmy Garoppolo on the roster, go draft a quarterback. That's what we're going to do.
I told them what to do, and they listening.
You can't look left or right without seeing that the San Francisco 49ers are going to keep Jimmy Garoppolo. So let's go with that theory.
Mm-hmm.
if Jimmy Garoppolo was successful, it's cool. Thanks. We're just going to let you go, and we're going to play this quarterback that we drafted at 3. We're going to play this unproven quarterback that we drafted at. Yeah, nice season, Jimmy, but go on. We're gonna play this quarterback here at 3 that we got.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks for tuning in.
Because we got a middle linebacker to pay. And
okay.
Unless you're taking a major pay cut, which I'm not even your agent, I'll suggest you don't do that.
You're talking about Jimmy taking a major pay cut.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm saying unless you take a major pay cut,
I got you.
You're gonna have to go.
Mm-hmm.
So you ain't doing that. We're not bringing you back. We won the Super Bowl. Hey man, what a ride! What was it? Phil Jackson? The Last Dance. What a ride! What a ride! We'll never forget this, Jimmy. You won the Super Bowl here. We'll bring you back. We'll have your ring. All this. What a ride! But make no bones about it. You got 1 year and 1 year only. Left here in San Francisco. That's fine.
Okay.
And that's fine. That's fine, Jimmy. You ball out, you go get paid like Alex Smith did when he left Kansas City.
He did. He got paid. Adam Schefter also tweeted, 49ers have been attempting to move into top 5 picks for several weeks now, per sources. Again, according to Adam Schefter, they discussed trading up with the Dolphins at 3, Falcons at 4, the Bengals at 5, and ultimately decided to go as high as they could, per sources. There were no trade talks with the Jets at 2.
What does that tell you?
Well, I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out. Like, I'm reading. I saw that tweet come across earlier. I think it was when Monty McNair was talking, and I was looking at like, okay, my initial feeling, and I do have the right to be wrong. My initial feeling is they know exactly. It confirms what I already feel. The San Francisco 49ers know exactly what the New York Jets are doing. That's why they moved up to 3. They know definitively what they're doing. And there's they know that the Jets aren't trading. They know that the Jaguars certainly aren't trading. They know who the Jaguars are taking. They know who the Jets are taking. They know they can get the number 1 player on their draft board at 3. It eliminates the opportunity for anybody to jump ahead of them. It eliminates any opportunity for somebody to jump in and steal the quarterback that they want. They will get the quarterback that they want at number 3. Now, it might not be the 3rd best quarterback. It might just be the quarterback that they want. And I think that's an important distinction here.
I don't like you saying that.
Well, think about it.
Because you know what comes to mind when you say that.
Mac Jones. Who? I know you don't like that. And I wasn't suggesting Mac Jones. I wasn't suggesting any quarterback name because I don't know what Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, I don't know what those guys are thinking, but take into account everything that we've heard today. Jimmy Garoppolo is staying. We're not trading Jimmy Garoppolo. We're not doing any of that stuff. Like, okay. So you're probably not playing this guy this year, or at least you're not planning to play this guy this year. You're probably planning to play Jimmy Garoppolo this season. And as you've noted here today, as you've noted for months, we're going to draft a quarterback. We're going to keep Jimmy around. We're going to do the Alex Smith, Patrick Mahomes gimmick.
That's the move.
All right.
That's the move.
Okay. So with that, it is okay. Let's say quarterback number 1 is Trevor Lawrence. Everybody knows that. Quarterback number 2 is Zach Wilson. Okay. Quarterback number 3, just for argument's sake, is Justin Fields. But the 49ers might think, well, we can't trade with the Falcons because of the quarterback we really want is Trey Lance. But we can't trade with the Falcons because someone could jump ahead of us and get Trey Lance. We can't trade with the Bengals because 2 teams can jump ahead of us and get Trey Lance. We know Trey Lance isn't the 3rd quarterback on everybody's big board.
Right.
But that's the quarterback we want. So we're going to trade up to the highest possible spot to get him. And that is the 3rd spot. No one can trade ahead of them. No one's going to draft them. And they're going to get the quarterback that they want. They didn't move up because they like a whole bunch of quarterbacks and they'll take who's ever there. They moved up to take one specific quarterback. And right now, today, the day the deal was announced, Friday, March 26th at 10 a.m., when Schefter first tweeted that, they know the name of the quarterback that they're taking next month when D'Lo and KC are doing an 8 freaking hour draft show.
Well, that may turn into a 6-hour draft show. Part of the reason was 8 because we had to wait for the 49ers to draft. Now we ain't got to wait that long.
Well, we'll see.
We might be out early.
We'll see.
We can just hang out.
Watch them trade back into the first round, and it's like, guys, how you feeling? Good, need you to go till 10, guys.
I'm in the shower, Danny.
Don't think Danny in San Francisco won't ask. Like, hey, guys, can you turn the Comrex on, go get back in the studios and talk about this pick the 49ers just got?
Hey, man. I think you're right. I think you're correct. Now I want to ask you, and just in your opinion, you haven't talked to John Lynch.
Jesse, go ahead and isolate that audio for me, please, but go ahead.
Well,
I think you're right. I'm gonna put it on the hotkey bank just so you know. Every time Daquan plays, I can hit. You're right. You're correct.
Let me ask you, who do you think that quarterback is?
I don't like that question. I don't know. I don't think it's Justin Fields. I like Justin Fields, but I don't think that it's him. I think the scenario I just laid out, of course, I think the scenario that it was Marshall Harris was talking about self-importance. I think the scenario that I just laid out for everybody is the correct one. I feel like it's not a project quarterback, but it's a quarterback who you want around. I think it might be Trey Lance.
I'm starting to feel that way too. I know we talk about Mac Jones, and anything could happen. I mean, we're just talking. I don't think it's him, simply because from what I've seen of Mac Jones, and he might end up being better. I'm not saying that he can't be, but he's about the same as Jimmy Garoppolo from what I can tell.
Okay.
And I think Kyle understands.
Kyle obviously really likes Jimmy Garoppolo.
I think Kyle understands the importance of having a dynamic quarterback back there, a guy that can make plays.
Mm-hmm.
And I look at Justin, I look at Trey, and I see both of them being able to do that. But I think Trey is swinging for the fences. Like, I think if both of them, and I haven't, look, I'm not a scout. I haven't seen that much of Trey. Just kind of going off of gut and what I've seen. If both of them are the best that they can be, I think Trey is better than Justin Fields.
Why?
I think he's got the physical tools. Yeah. I think he's got the physical tools from what I've seen.
So and Ryan's asking as we're laying that out on the YouTube chat at youtube.com/ESPN1320, what's the upside with Lance? I think one of the interesting things about Lance, and this is where he could be really, really dangerous, is he's sort of unknown in the sense of, what did he play, one game?
Yeah, and it was like a exhibition.
It's like he essentially played an exhibition game, but he was highly, highly, highly regarded before that. Like, he was the quarterback you would have heard, with the exception, obviously, of Trevor Lawrence. He's probably the quarterback you would have heard about the most if we had been under normal circumstances in 2020. He was the guy every football scout was going to be talking about.
And actually, I take that back. I think he played the whole season before. He played a season, and then he opted out of this year.
Yeah, sorry.
And that's why they played the one game.
I meant one game this year. Sorry. I didn't mean one game in college. I meant one game this year. He was a guy who everybody was going to be talking about. So I think there was enough there that people saw from him like, okay, all right, we're really going to have our eye on this kid. And now maybe they're monitoring, I don't know what the young man is doing, workout. I don't know what it is. Yeah. But I don't feel like the 49ers moved up to just take, the guy who just happens to be the third best quarterback in the draft. And I don't even know who that is. That's up for debate. Like, we've talked about the ridiculous sentiments about Justin Fields, how he's anywhere from, top 5 to 4th round, which is somebody's scouting department is terrible. Like, what are you talking about? 4th round. Like, I know Justin Fields isn't perfect, and I know it probably was. And that's a shot. Our guy John Bull here in the chat. Sorry about that, John. That is just a shot at the Chicago Bears, completely unprovoked, no reason.
I said the Bears because he brought them up.
Well, I mean, the Bears have a glowing history of great quarterbacks, right? And after their tweet. After their tweet this week, they obviously
QB1.
There it is. Goodness gracious.
So I just look at the 49ers and what they could do with that quarterback situation. And I don't want to say, I'll say it. They're in a perfect situation to do this. Their core, okay, they're set. It's not Debo, Brandon Ayuk, George Kittle, Trent Williams, Fred Warner after they get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, that's your core.
Man, you just this is so weird. You love Jimmy all season. Now you're just discarding him once they get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, man, no love in that statement at all.
It's always been part of the plan. See, I don't think you guys listen to me. Y'all need to start listening to the things that I'm telling you because I keep being right. So y'all need to start listening to me. Everybody, oh, Jimmy, Kenny thinks Jimmy is da-da-da-da. No, I told you what Jimmy is. I told you what needs to happen. Don't panic and just, let's go get Kyle Trask because we need a quarterback. No, don't panic. Get your quarterback. Have him learn under Kyle because you know what they always say, Kyle's system is so complex. It's not this, just draw plays in the mud type of system. It's so complex. Give him a year. Keep Jimmy there. Let him play next year and then bring in the guy the year after. Roundabout way, all this other talk that everybody been saying and all these tweets and all the NFL insiders, all to get back to where I said we should be from the start. Y'all need to listen to me. I'm telling you.
Jimmy, your boy with the complex system, Kyle Shanahan, his records as a head coach in the National Football League.
Oof.
You already know what it is because that's the sound of someone who knows the numbers that I'm about to say out loud. 6-10, 4-12, 3-13, 6-10. Bruh.
Or 13-3. You said 3-13.
Did I? Sorry, that's ridiculous. 13-3. Sorry. I'm tired. I don't know what the hell my problem is. 6-10, 4-12, 13-3, 6-10.
He's got to start winning consistently. He's got to.
Overall record 29-35. That 13-3 really weighs that 29-35 record up pretty strong.
Now I will say this: it is context is important here, and this is why you can't always just look at numbers. When he got there, that was an expansion team. I mean, they had just come off a 2-win.
They were terrible. Mm-hmm.
They were god awful.
Yep.
He comes in there. They struggled the first year, the whole first year, right? I think it was.
They struggled the first 2 seasons, bro.
No, what I'm saying is they struggled the whole first year. I think with nothing redeeming. The second year is when Jimmy came in. I think correct.
Right.
Yeah. So they came in. They finished 5-0. They got all this hype about him. Jimmy tears his knee up.
No, I think that wasn't that the first. That was the first year, wasn't it? Because didn't they win at the end? Then he got hurt early. That's when they wound up finishing 4-12. He comes back and is healthy. They're 13-3.
Yeah, you're right. It's the first year he was there. So
you're right. You're completely right. Context is important to that. Yeah. And that 49ers team and that trade was done late in the season for Jimmy Garoppolo. And I remember he's not playing. He's not playing. Yeah. He's not playing. And I don't even remember who it was gets hurt.
CJ Beathard gets hurt against the Seahawks. And like on a final drive that meant nothing with about 58 seconds left.
And threw a touchdown pass. And and Jimmy Garoppolo comes in, throws a touchdown pass. They still lose.
Yeah.
But everybody's excited. I think he wins the next 4 or 5. He wins the next 5 games.
5-0.
So that team finished 6-10.
Mm-hmm.
And Jimmy Garoppolo won 5 of those games.
Mm-hmm.
And then, the disaster that hit the year following, the potential realized, 2 years ago, and then the ins and outs of the lineup again in the 2020 season.
Yeah. So look, Kyle's got to win, man. He's got to win. And I'm not saying he's got to win a Super Bowl, got to get back to the Super Bowl. None of that. He's got to get to the playoffs, though.
If memory serves, 6 years. Did he sign an extension in the Super Bowl year?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Yeah, not in, I think last year or going into last year, he signed an extension.
Okay.
So he's got another he's scheduled to be here for a while. And I don't think he should be on the hot seat. Like I do believe in Kyle Shanahan. I do think that he's as good of a coach as you can get out there right now. I'm not saying he's the best, but he's in that upper echelon to me. But he's got to. I want to see 3 consecutive years of winning football. Regardless of who gets hurt and the quarterback and all this other stuff. Like at some point, it can't just keep happening where you have these losing teams. So I want to see him start to get on a roll of having some winning football.
Jimmy played all 16 games in 2019.
Mm-hmm.
So he gets hurt the first year. He misses his first full year as a starter. He misses the entire season, comes back. They play the way that they do. He gets banged up, kind of these frustrating injuries. 49ers in a different position at the end of the season. Maybe Jimmy Garoppolo's playing. Maybe he's not.
Mm-hmm.
Are we overblowing Jimmy Garoppolo's, I don't like this, injury proneness a little bit? Like he's essentially been injured twice?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess he was kind of injured. I think he was injured multiple times last year, but I felt like he was really behind the 8 ball after that injury. After the ankle injury in week 2.
Yeah, week 2 against the Jets. You also got to factor in the shoulder injury in New England. And I think that's where people start saying he can't stay healthy.
And that's when Jacoby Brissett. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So,
I'll take that.
That's part of the reason why I was for drafting a quarterback. I'm not saying I had it the whole time because it got to a point where I didn't think they would be making this move. Obviously, nobody saw they were making this move. But I was like, at 12, if Lance is gone, Fields is gone, all these guys are gone, I'm not drafting the quarterback just to draft one. You bring Jimmy back and you see what you got in Rosen, or, if you wanted to bring Darnold in there, do that. But part of the reason why you had to think about that, for me at least, was because Jimmy, you can't rely on him staying healthy. You just can't. And I like Jimmy. I think he's a solid quarterback, but you can't depend on that at this point. So, yeah, I think Jimmy, in the proverbial contract year, so to speak, I think he'll be healthy. I think he'll play well. And I think the Niners are going to have a good team next year.
And then you'll kick Jimmy Garoppolo to the curb.
So long, Jimmy.
What if they're 13-3 and back in the Super Bowl?
Hey, man, it can't take away this 2021 season we had, baby. They can't ever take that away from us, Jimmy. We'll always have that, baby. We'll always have that.
How old is Jimmy Garoppolo? What is he, 40? Seriously, how old is Jimmy? Because he must be old and washed up the way you're talking about him. Let's just do
he's expensive. That's why I'm talking about him that way.
Oh, so now, oh my gosh, he's only 29 years old. What a stunning twist of events. He's 29 years old. I thought let's
You're making $29 million too. I don't know for sure.
Ain't how much you put in on it?
I didn't put nothing in, but I know they can't sign. I know how the game goes. They can't sign their all-pro top 3 in the game linebacker with having Jimmy Garoppolo on there. I understand that.
Sam, you're in here. 916-349-1320. What's up, Sam?
Oh, you guys are killing me, man. Good stuff here. Kenny, Damon and the Sacramento Kings, if they just listen, to Kenny's team,
Thanks.
But, you guys are making some good points there. First of all, it's a good day to be a Niners fan. I'm glad to see we are moving up to get that quarterback. And I'm with you guys. I think it is probably Trey Lance. I think, they look around the league and they see what Buffalo's got and what Kansas City's got, and inside their own division there with Arizona. It's like, hey, I want one of those.
Yeah.
These guys are hard to scheme against. Let's not kid ourselves. It looks to be the direction that the league is moving. But I think you make some pretty fair points here, D'Lo, as far as, right now the 13-3 is the outlier. The roller coaster riding, the new car smell is off. It's time to see something. And Kenny, I agree with you. I think the guy can coach, but I think his shortcomings come with roster construction. And I've talked many times about injuries and, ballerina dancers for running backs that can't stay healthy. And, we'll see. That it's not even, we're not going to go with the injuries this year. No more. It's got to happen in windows now, especially with a move like this. You either hit big or there's a chance people lose their jobs. that's the way this goes. If this big doesn't work out, this is kind of there's not going to be a lot of middle ground for this. The fan base has been pretty patient. I actually thought both of them got their extensions when the organization got caught in all the euphoria at the end of the Super Bowl season, there in that offseason. So I want to say we're tied for at least 4 more years. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think there's 4 more years.
Yeah, they definitely do. I'm pulling it up here in front of us to try to get the exact. I remember the big 6-year contract. And Sam, we appreciate you, man. Thanks as always of course, for listening and for jumping in here and taking part in the conversation. Murph, I know you want to get in here. I think Murph has a trade proposal for you.
Okay.
Curious to hear what he says about that. Murph, we'll get to you here in just a heartbeat. Hang tight. If you want to get in on these phone lines, you can. 916-349-1320. We're going to talk to Darrell Wright, NBA vet, host of the Warriors pregame show, and DeLon's big bro.
Yeah.
Just remember the Sacramento Kings, DeLon Wright. We're going to talk with his brother here in just a few minutes.
And when we come back, Ramsey will still be hating.
You want to see Ramsey's hate? Go to twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel. You just want to listen and hang out and have some fun, go to radio.com or just stay put here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. You need a break?
Yeah, let me slide out real quick.
Today's okay. We'll get Murph. If you're listening, we'll get you right after the. That's funny, Rich. That is funny. Murph about to trade the #3 pick for Tobias Harris. That's fantastic. Oh man, I can't lie, man. Today's show is kicking my ass. It's not normally the show is like structured and I kind of know where we're going, but the 49ers thing really, I had to tear up the entire show that I worked all morning on and kind of restructure it. And it was just kind of left as like, okay, kind of go with what you feel. We know we got Marshall. We know we got Monty. We know we got Darrell. Figure everything else out along the way. And I hate that feeling. It's a horrible freaking feeling. When was the last time the Niners won a Super Bowl? Asked and answered. Was it that long ago? Yeah, I guess so. They lost the last 2 they were in. I didn't even see what Ramsey said, man. Ramsey, they going at you. What? San Francisco fans think they won the Super Bowl on March 26th. Ramsey, you've been feisty today, man. You've been feisty. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, that's a good point. I'm not going to tell Kenny that's a good point, and I'm not going to acknowledge that what he's saying has some, valid points to it. But no, I get it. I get it because you talk about breaking the bank, man. When Bosa's deals do, if he's even remotely close to what he looked like in his rookie year, goodness gracious, that dude's going to get some money. Oh, appreciate you, Will, man. No, I'm good. Yeah, no, I'm good. It's just, yeah, I like structure, and without the structure, man, it gets. Hey, let's go get that, man. Y'all, I know I said this yesterday, but y'all have helped us out so much with this daggone YouTube channel, like corporate, like Intercom, like the big company, they know what we're doing. Like they want to do some stuff with our Twitch account that we've got to talk about. I swear to God, we had a meeting about Twitch yesterday and we were like, well, we got to run it by the audience because if the audience don't like it, we ain't going to do it. But they see what we're building over there. It's so funny, man. I put up the same type of tweet. Hey, go, follow us on Twitch. It didn't work. We got like 20 subscribers off of YouTube, like within, I don't know, maybe, while the game was still on. I put it up at halftime and we got them while the game was still on. I put the same type of tweet up for Twitch and I think we got 2 subscribers. I kind of believe you, Manny. That's the funny part. I kind of believe you. Yeah, I'm mad at myself. I know we lost some people when I messed up the Monty McNair stream. Hopefully y'all come back.
Come back.
Yeah, we'll get you on. We'll get you in on that Twitch meeting, Rich. We got to have you guys record those liners too, man. We still got so much we want to do. So much. Y'all hitting that thumbs up. I see you. Friday's always a slower day on the stream too.
Yeah, that's true.
So, yeah. Like it's just the audience has grown so much that you guys have. It's been a good day. It's been a good day, man. It's been a good week. It's been a really good week. Yes.
I want Bishop and I want Ramsey to tell me why the Niners are so sorry.
Yeah, well, okay. You could do that, and I'm gonna tell Cold Game right here. It's a violet fog night, baby. And to be a little bit more specific, it's a violent fog early evening. Like it's a violent fog late afternoon.
The sun will still be up.
Yeah, the sun will still be. The camera will be barely disconnected.
ESPN 1320.
9-4, yeah. I like
that. Check.
No, don't ruin it. Don't ruin it.
D-Lo and KC on the mic. I got water to my left. I got a phone to my right. You hear the rhymes. You hear me flowing D-Lo. You know I got the bars. Stop playing with me, bro.
Okay, that was your best one. Go ahead, give yourself the air horns. Give yourself the air horns. That was your best one. That was your best one. There you go. There you go. ESPN 1320's college hoops coverage all tournament long is brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. We don't make much, but what we do make is damn good. And we were just talking here on the chat on Twitch and YouTube. It's a McQueen night, baby.
It's lit.
It's actually a McQueen 402. That's when as quickly as I can pour it. That's the McQueen nights. Yeah, that's legit. I got a solo cup too, fam. You're not the only one with the red solo cup. You ain't the only one with the red solo cup. Darrell Wright, he's DeLon's brother. He's played in the league. He's been a pro basketball player for 16 years. I think he just wrapped up his career last year, as a matter of fact, played for the Warriors. Does Warriors pregame as well. We'll talk to him. It's weird, like, we'll talk to him, I guess, about his brother. We'll talk to him about the style of game that he has. We'll talk to him about what he thought about the Sacramento Kings last night, because he's got to cover the Warriors. He was watching. We'll see what he says.
Yeah, man. I'm interested. I'm interested to hear his take, man, on not only the Warriors but the Kings. You know, I'm one of those guys where, especially like when League Pass and stuff would come out, and I could do this more when I wasn't living in Sacramento, but I like to hear other people's thoughts about my teams, you know, whether it's the Kings or the Giants or something like that. So when the games will be on, I'd watch the opposing teams feed, because I just want to get their get their vibe and how they feel. So I want to hear what DeLon thinks about De'Aaron Fox. Darrell, I said DeLon. Darrell thinks about De'Aaron Fox.
I'd like to know what they both think about De'Aaron, to be honest with you. I'd love to get DeLon's thoughts. But Darrell will be with us in about 10 minutes here at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. I think Murph had a trade proposal for you here. Let's get to this. 916-349-1320 if you want to jump in here on the phone lines. Murph, talk to me, baby.
Hey, my bad, man. I thought you guys, that was KC rapping?
That was
man, you know, you thought it was big.
I thought it was Bagley.
Same.
Can I throw it's going to probably not be very popular, but the Niners are really into Fields, and that's why they moved up. Quarterback, right? Phil heard some things. I think Mariucci had an interview this morning where he's saying he still he has his moments where he shines and there's moments where he's raw. Now, Belichick wants Jimmy Garoppolo back, and they offered him in a second. Would you be against maybe trading Jimmy for Cam Newton for a year and get that second pick? And then now you have Cam Newton, who I still believe he's a good quarterback who could lead this team to the playoffs. He almost led the Patriots in a not very tough division to the playoffs. But can you see Cam being brought in, and then he can, mentor Fields, and then Fields can then take over next year?
I have no problem with that. That's getting creative right there. I'm not a problem with that. I think the biggest thing that I want to get away from, if you can help, is throwing that kid into the pressure cooker, whoever it is, Bill, Trey Lance, whatever, week one. This isn't the Jets or anything. Well, hey, go out there and just learn on the fly. If you throw, Peyton Manning when he was with the Colts, if you throw 30 interceptions, who cares? I want you to learn. Like, no, that's not where this Niners team is at. They got a lot of money. Yeah, they got a lot of money invested in a lot of players. They need to win this year.
And that's where I'm coming from. Is like, who on this roster is Jimmy? I mean, Shanahan likes the mobile quarterback who can get out on the, get on the bootleg and move and be mobile. And I don't know how mobile Jimmy is after coming off all these injuries. And if it is Fields that they are interested in, I don't know, because it could be a kid from BYU. But I don't know. I just felt like with Cam having that in his repertoire as he came into the league and being such a mobile quarterback, I don't see what is Jimmy that much better than Cam. And probably answers on paper maybe, but Cam I still feel like has something there to lead this team to the playoffs and mentor your future. That's something I thought about.
Thanks, Murph. Appreciate it, baby.
The only thing I'm worried about with Cam is I don't know if he can throw anymore.
Yeah, so that's why I'm stuck with Cam, because I'm kind of with Murph in that sense. Cam isn't the guy he was. I don't think Cam is the guy he was before he took that tackle against Pittsburgh a couple of years ago. But he's not the guy we saw last year. No. You're not going to ruin my fandom that way and say that that's Cam Newton, the player. Like I do think he's going to have a good year. I assume it's going to be with the New England Patriots. I mean, that trade wasn't presented to me; it was presented to you. I don't hate that idea whatsoever. And there is that belief that Belichick. I mean, I don't know. Again, how real is that? Like, does Belichick really? Because if he wants Brady back, couldn't he just go get him? Couldn't he be like, look, Kyle, like we did you a solid here. You got to Super. Like, come on, give him back. Like, I want my quarterback back. Like, let's get this worked out. Give me my quarterback back and let's keep it moving.
I'm sure they could work something out. I don't know if he really wants that.
Well, I just think we create these narratives. Right, exactly. That was my exact point. Like we create it's a sexy conversation because there's always been this belief that there's this big love affair with Bill Belichick, and I do think there is. I do think that has a good amount of reality to it, that when Jimmy Garoppolo was there, he was going to be the successor to Tom Brady, and perhaps a multitude of entities decided that that's not the best thing to do. There is a long shot that maybe Bill Belichick thought it wasn't the best thing to do. I know that's not what's reported on, but I also don't believe that Bill Belichick's an idiot either. He's the guy who gets rid of players a year too early rather than a year too late. Like, that's always been who he is. He has done it on a number of occasions. So I don't know. The quarterback position remains the most fascinating in all of sports. There was no trade for a quarterback today. Not one. But there kind of was. Like, when you trade, again, when you give up future assets, when you give up future first-round picks, like, that is gold. That's not even gold. Those are bags of gold that you're giving away for the foreseeable future, and you're doing it because you believe you're going to draft a guy at a position that you need. You believe you're going to fill out any other hole in your roster with the rest of the draft picks that you have, and you believe that those first-round draft picks for the next couple of years that you sent to Miami, they're going to be in the very, very late 20s, and if you're lucky, at 32.
The other thing that I talked about earlier, and I'll mention it again, Damien, is when you talk about those future first-round picks, not to say that first-round picks aren't gold or they don't matter, but I'll ask you again, typically first-round picks, like if you're, from middle of the pack to the top, you're spending that on quarterbacks,
edge rushers,
maybe
probably
you
linemen.
get a lineman, maybe you get a cornerback in there, maybe a linebacker. I don't even know if they really go out to linebackers like that in the first round, like that high in the first round. So you look at the 49ers roster, and maybe a wide receiver. You look at the 49ers roster, they got their wide receivers. They got their offensive linemen. They got their edge rusher. They got their linebacker. What they don't have is their quarterback. So when you give up future first, I'm not going to say you wouldn't, because if you had the picks, you'd find somewhere to either retool or, put somebody on the other end of Bosa to make it a nightmare or something. You'd find a way to make it work. But the positions that you typically use for those first round picks, they're already locked up with the Niners. Yeah. If they wanted a running back, they'd get that in the second round, third round, something like that. So if you get your quarterback, the guy that you believe in, the guy that you trust, it's like draft them in the first round, basically, like for the next year or two.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense.
You know what? One thing that this does that we probably haven't covered. You talked about the team being. You talked about those positions being locked up. One thing that it does, or another thing that it does, is it shows the tremendous confidence that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch have in this roster, and that we're not going to need the 2022 first round pick or the 2023. We're not going to need that. We'd like to have it, but we're not going to need that because, as you just laid out there beautifully, those positions of need, so to speak, we've got those.
Yeah.
We're good. We're in good shape here.
Yeah. And you can also talk about how it's confident. This is dicey too. They're confident in what they're able to do as evaluators, especially late in the draft. They found a lot of these guys later in the draft. The best tight end in the game, George Kittle, found late in the draft. Third round, I think, is where Fred Warner was drafted. I mean, they're banking on that type of history to go by. Now, on the flip side, they haven't done that well at the top of the draft, so they're banking on that. Kyle Shanahan, you guys want to hear me say something negative about Kyle Shanahan? I'm not always confident in the way he views quarterbacks. I'm not. So that has me nervous. But, look, here's the thing. And Ramsey wants to know why people are so excited if you're the 49ers, if you're a 49ers fan and all this other stuff. Hey, you go for it. You go for it, man. You go for it. The Chiefs, they gave up something. And once again, I'm not saying the Niners are drafting Patrick Mahomes, but the Chiefs gave up something to go get Patrick Mahomes. I think it might have been a future
They traded up
round or something like that. Yep. They gave up something. They said, hey, we're going for it. Yeah, we got Alex Smith. Yeah, Alex Smith might be able to, get us to the second round in the playoffs and everything goes perfect. Maybe he gets us to the Super Bowl. But we're going for it. We might fall on our face, but we're going for it.
Yeah.
I'm good with that with the 49ers. Might not work, but I'm good with that.
Yeah. The Miami Dolphins, on the other hand, they've got picks and picks and picks and picks and picks. My goodness, man. They've got a first round. They've got two first rounds this year. They've got 2 second rounds. They got a third round. First, second, bro. And you know what? The other thing, they're not a bad team now.
No.
Like, they're a good football team right now, and they've got all of these draft picks on the horizon for themselves.
Yeah. I mean, watch out for what they can do. And our producer, Jesse, Jesse, I'll bring you in.
He's a Dolphins guy.
I always take shots at Tua. You can get here and tell the people. But, I mean, if he turns into what people hope he might be, I mean, they can put some stuff together.
Hey, my fault. You guys called me on the phone with Darrell.
Yeah, he's getting Darrell on the phone. I know it's yeah. Thank you, for God's sakes. I swear to God. You know what? There's no McQueen coming at 4:00 because Kenny and I got to have a show meeting. I swear. Yeah, it's like my little bro here. Darrell right with us. He know what it's like dealing with a little brother. Like, it just drives you crazy. Like, my goodness, Darrell, we appreciate you joining us. Can you still get DeLon? If you guys play, could you still get him?
Oh yeah. Let's take that back. Let me take that back. Right now, you might give me. I'm still recovering from some injuries on, our last few months of playing. So maybe right now, but I'm getting back right. So I think I can get it.
Well, you can get on the block, right? You're about 6'7", you want to go about 6'5", so you get him on the block a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely get him on that block.
What do you think about, like, you cover the Golden State Warriors? You do the pregame with our man Bonte Hill, who was with us here yesterday. You got a chance to see the Sacramento Kings, your brother DeLon's new team. From a Kings perspective, I know you were watching for the Warriors, but from a Kings perspective, what did you think of what you saw last night?
Man, I thought they played a great game. I know they have it in them. They have a lot of young talent. De'Aaron Fox has been playing some great basketball over the last 2 games. And he's really showing us, the guy he really is and why he got that max contract. So I thought guys were playing. I thought they played some great basketball last night. The ball movement, everybody was involved. So I thought they were definitely on their way, especially after these last two games that were pretty impressive.
You know, Darrell, I don't know how much you paid attention to De'Aaron Fox and his career coming up or anything like that, but I know I'll take a little bit of a black eye on this one and raise my hand and say the foul is on me because I love De'Aaron Fox. I think he's a great player. I didn't think he had it in him to score the way he has as of late. He is taking his scoring ability to another level. Do you see the same thing? Do you see this being the norm for De'Aaron Fox moving forward?
Yes, I definitely do. Just to tell you a quick little story. When D Wade had his invite camp, when he invites all the young players, to try to mentor them and put them through some drills just to get better, he showed me something where I was like, this kid can play like this. He's gonna be an all-star for a long time. So I definitely know he has it in him. It's just it's all about being that mindset. These players are getting younger and younger. So, and then the vets, they're not around no more. So it's kind of hard when you got those vets around that's going to continue to tell you, like, hey, man, you got to keep building, keep working. And I think if he changed his mindset and go into each and every game where I'm just going to dominate, I'm use my speed, and then, work on that jumper, get that more consistent, he's going to be a problem for sure.
Darrell Wright with us here on ESPN 1320. You were with Dwayne Wade when he emerged as a superstar. You won a title with the Miami Heat in 2006. Did you know that season that you were watching, a Hall of Famer in the making? Did you know that you were watching a takeover player as he started to develop that year?
I definitely did. Well, we would just go back to my first year. Unfortunately, he got hurt in that Detroit series. And we lost to Detroit in the Eastern Conference Finals. But I saw it. I saw the time he put in. And then, like I said, going back to those veterans, having a guy like Shaq, somebody that spent some great time with Kobe, GP, all these veteran guys that he had around him that kept pushing him and letting him know this is your team. We want you to go out there and, carry us on your back, and we're going to help you where we can. And I definitely saw that from day one. I got there, just the work ethic, and just that underdog mentality D-Wade carried with itself.
Yeah. So, Darrell, I mean, you were a hell of a basketball player. Shout out Southern California. Shout out LA, man. We saw you do what you did there. In the NBA, you're an NBA champion. But now you're on the media side. And I'm going to ask you to put on that media hat. And I want you to be an analyst, break down the point that the Kings just got. You're a little pro. What can we expect about seeing him on the court? What type of game does he have?
Man, he's going to be exciting. He's one of those guys you really got to know what's going on in a basketball game to appreciate him. He's not going to score 20 points. He might score 20 tonight, and the next night he might score 7 to 10. But the impact on the game that he's going to have, he's going to get in the paint. He's going to create for his teammates because he's a pass-first point guard. And then the defensive end, he's going to go and lock up or try his best to make it hard on whatever point guard that he's guarding. And he gets his hands on so many balls. We call him sticky. That's his nickname, in the family, because he gets his hands on the ball like crazy. How did he make this dude to get his hand on the ball or get this steal? So he's definitely going to show you a lot of things that don't show up in a box score. And then he's a much, much improved shooter. So he just got to continue to keep his confidence up. It's all confidence for him at this point because the reps are there, and getting them up each and every day in the summertime. So he just got to continue to believe in himself and believe in that jumper, that it works. And I think the Kings are getting a great backup or wherever they want to put him at. He's going to be excited to do the job. Guarantee that.
You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, Radio.com sports station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Darrell Wright with us here. You saw Tyrese and De'Aaron last night. Does he fit nicely in with that group? We talk a lot about the matchups of guards in this league and how well certain players play together. How do you think your brother fits with that lineup that we saw with those two guards that we saw in Tyrese and De'Aaron last night?
Oh, he fits perfect. If you go back to the things he did in Toronto, he was out there a lot with Fred and Kyle, being like kind of the small forward, but also, taking taking the lead on guarding guys, so it take a lot of pressure off whoever, at the time. Whoever got the toughest matchup, he's going to be that guy to go out there. And Aaron, he locks up as well, so it's going to be, whenever they're on the court, it's going to be, some real defense out there on the court. But I think he's perfect. He's going to make their life a lot easier with him being able to get in that paint and create for everybody. Like I said, he's a pass-first guy, so guys are going to enjoy playing with him. And then it's just another ball handler at that. In the high pace and the high paint offense, I think suits him way better than being on the East Coast, with a slower, grinded out game. So I think he's going to do well around those guys.
Well, I like that, man. I can't wait to see him out there. I remember seeing him at Utah, and also, like you talked about, some of the things he did in Toronto. And I see him with these guards and in this system, like you said, getting up and down the floor. And I'm just really anticipating seeing what he could bring. One last thing about DeLon on my end. The defense is what you talked about. That's something that continues to stick out. Where has he always been like that? Did he have that mentality of being a defensive stopper, or did it have to be taught to him? Where did he come from?
It always been in him. And then, me being a big brother, I never made life easy on him. So he was so competitive with me, where he was one of those dudes, if I beat him, he had to say I was sorry, or I barely won, or I was lucky. So he's a competitor, And so just those things he learned, as a kid, my dad really being one of those guys telling us you got to take pride on defense. You want to score, you want to shoot, but you got to do something on the defensive end as well. So that's something that he's definitely had since day one. And the thing about DeLon, he's never been the best player on the team until he got to college. So I know that sounds crazy. So he wasn't the best player on the team until he was in college, and then he was one of those dudes that had to do all the little things. If you want to score, if you want the ball, you got to do the little things to earn it, and that's what he did. And that's why he's been a solid NBA player this far.
He's in a great spot because this city loves players like that. They always have, and they always will. What makes a great defender?
I think that's what makes a great defender is the toughness. Just taking the challenge. And we all know NBA, you can't touch nobody. You can't be too physical. So your biggest goal is to use your length and try to make it hard on guys. Contest shots. And, and everything else is really luck, and hopefully whoever you are is just off that night. But I think being a tough defender in the league is just, having pride and having that effort and energy and using your length and, just trying to be disruptive as much as you can.
Well, we appreciate you joining us. Obviously, your brother coming to Sacramento, that's the biggest trade that happened yesterday. But anything else in the league? Anything else in the league move you yesterday?
I'm interested to see how Aaron Gordon will fit down in Denver. That's going to be interesting. And I have to show love to the Godfather down in Miami. Still doing it.
Yeah.
Still sharp as I don't know what, man. And still, getting guys down there and understanding the key culture and understanding what guys can mesh well with that group they have to win championships. That's all it is with Pat. The championships are nothing. So things that he does and the moves he makes, I'm always impressed by the guy every time.
He's one of those guys, like we hear all these stories about him, Casey, and like I feel like every story we hear about Pat Riley is true.
Right. Look, it's just simple. We got to get Pat Riley here in Sacramento.
That's it. That's easy. There it is. It fixed everything. Darrell, we appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for joining us. Hopefully, when life returns to normal, we get to see you around the G1C here real soon.
No problem, so thanks for having me. I'll definitely be down there soon.
All right, most definitely, man. That is Darrell Wright. He does the pregame and postgame for the Golden State Warriors, and of course, that is DeLon's brother. DeLon was traded to the Sacramento Kings from the Detroit Pistons, or to the Sacramento Kings from the Detroit Pistons yesterday.
Hey, he got me hyped about some of the things I heard.
Yeah, a little bit.
He got me hyped about some of the things I heard. When he talking about these are the things I was talking about the other day. And I'm not saying he's going to be a Tony Allen or nothing like that, but somebody is like, I'm physical. I'm gonna get in you on a defensive end. I want to get my hands in the passing lanes. Ooh.
Yeah. Like and again, if you're a Kings fan and you're listening to that, going like, yeah, that's That's our dude. Like, that's the type of stuff we love. Like, those are the type of players we love. Those are the Quincy Acey guys. Those are the Bobby Jackson guys. And I mean, Bobby obviously put up tremendous offensive numbers in time. Yeah. But what got him over with the crowd was his work, his grind. Like, he was diving on the floor for balls in the fourth quarter. He was working his ass off nonstop. And man, that sounds exactly what DeLon appears to be like.
Exactly. And you get a situation where and I'm not throwing out Buddy with the bathwater or nothing like that, but you get a situation where you got Fox, Halliburton, and DeLon.
I want to be clear. You just said I'm not throwing Buddy out with the bathwater, and I'm so proud of you for that. I'm so proud of you for that. That's money right there.
That was a bar.
You got
it. Yeah, but man, I envision DeLon, Tyrese, and Fox out there on the court at the same time, because Fox gets handsy. Tyrese is a they called him the Ed Reed. He makes Ed Reed pickoffs out there, people in the passes. Oh, I like it, man. He got me hyped, bro. He got me hyped. I'm ready.
Roddy on YouTube says King's trying to shake that soft label.
Yes, they are. Some of the guys they brought in yesterday, absolutely shaking that soft label.
I felt like we just got done talking to a college coach. I'm legitimately hyped to see DeLon here after talking to Darrell. And quite honestly, I need a break from you after that baby with the bathwater. So we'll step out. We'll come back. I want to talk more about the Kings. Obviously, we're thrilled with the moves they made yesterday and DeLon coming into town. But they're playing winning basketball. And they've got, and I hate this term, they've got a winnable game coming up tomorrow. We'll talk about that. We'll get back to the 49ers. We're going commercial free till the top of the hour as D'Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I'm going to assume we're clear and I got to go to the bathroom. We'll work it in there. We'll go back to you now that you're off the phone.
My bad, brother. My bad. Let's see what the chat talking about. Doug Christie, #2. I don't want to put that on him, but I like them bringing in a guy with some physicality, man. I do. I really like that. And a guy that takes pride on the defensive end. Yeah, man, he's everywhere. He's everywhere on the court. Love that. I think so too, man. If he comes in and he just gives that energy and he's going out there and playing hard, it's real simple here in Sacramento, man. You don't need to be a 25 point per game scorer to be loved here. If you come out there and you bust your ass, they'll show you love for sure. Yeah, both of them. I agree. Chris Silva. Some of the things that I've seen about him, some of the things that I went back and watched. I like Chris Silva. A little undersized. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe that's why he hasn't had a bigger role in the league. But nah, he come with it. He brings it. Bruh. The Grizzlies, I think they can probably say the rest of this month and their April. Like I said earlier, if the Grizzlies are here on May 1st, I'm going to tip my hat. If they're in the 9th seed, if they're in the 10th seed on May 1st, I'm going to just tip my hat. I'm like, you guys are a lot better than I gave you credit for. Because what they about to go through, it could get ugly. Not premature, Roddy. I got them tucked. I got them in the tuck. Air horns are ready to go if need be. Hey, KC, who do you think the Niners were going to draft if they kept the 12th pick? No, I don't think they were going to go with a quarterback. I believe they were going to go with a cornerback. I think that's where they were going to go. Yeah, man, them boys was dogs with Frank Martin over there. They were dogs.
I don't know a lot about Silva.
I vaguely remember him. Obviously, Thornwell was the star of that South Carolina team, but I vaguely remember him there. But some of the things that I saw just looking up some clips of him. I mean, he's a tough dude. Like I said, a little undersized, but he's a tough dude.
Beat Sports and Life, man. Welcome. I feel like that's not a name I've seen a lot before today.
Nah, man.
So welcome, man. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you don't think we suck. Is it really? Are you serious? Manny, is that you? Yeah, Manny.
Manny's burner.
I gotta shut my door. My mom's coming to visit. I gotta shut it in case she gets here.
Oh, your mom's coming to town, you said? Your mom's pulling up?
Yeah.
Nice.
She is.
Streaming live on Twitch, YouTube, Periscope, and radio.com. Here's D'Lo and Casey.
I love y'all, man. I swear to God, I see this new name in here. Freaking Manny got a burner account. God bless. And I'm thinking, man, we doing something right. The audience is growing. It's freaking Manny on a different phone.
Yeah, Manny
God bless it.
The whole point of the burner is to not let people know it's you on the burner.
He literally hit me with the, it's me, Manny. All right. Forget it.
That's like Kevin Durant on his burner. Yeah, it's me, KD.
It's KD. We appreciate y'all for being with us, man. Remember, ESPN 1320's college hoops coverage all tournament long is brought to you by Elk Grove Dodge in the Elk Grove Auto Mall and online at elkgrovedodge.com. We're with you commercial free until the top of the 4 o'clock hour as we wrap up this week. I think we got Mitch here with us. Let's get Mitch here on these lines, man. He's been nice and patient. It's Mitch from Jersey. Mitch, what's going on, man?
How you doing, guys? Good show. Stanley.
Appreciate you.
I think you're sweet this morning. With that hat, you look like Willie McCovey.
I'm gonna take that as a compliment. I love Willie Mack, RIP.
He's one of the best. He was one of the best ever.
Yeah, man.
First with the 49ers. Well, I guess they're going to get a quarterback. I know where they kind of give it up on Jimmy. I know he's gotten hurt quite a bit. Maybe they can turn into a second-round pick, but they've had a long string of picking the right quarterback. Going from John Brady to Joe Montana, he was third-round pick. They signed Steve Young. The fellow just retired, and also Kaepernick, that was a second-round pick.
Yeah.
So I think I like Fields, and I like also the guy. I like all the quarterbacks except for one from Alabama, but I feel sorry for one.
Except for the one from Alabama.
We're on the same page.
So
man.
Mitch is the second person okay, I need to address that. But Mitch is the second person to talk about try to get unload Jimmy Garoppolo as soon as possible for a second round pick. I don't think it's worth it at this point.
That's my whole thing. I don't see the upside. You have all your picks this year. I think I even think the compensatory third round is next year. I think that they gave to Miami.
Yeah.
So you got all your picks this year. You don't need to recoup. I think they got 9 picks in this draft. No need for that. You can trade Jimmy next year and get the picks going towards next year.
Why do you hate Mac Jones?
I don't hate Mac Jones.
I feel like you do.
I just don't want him
even
to
though
be
it's
my
an easy,
quarterback.
like you could just have Mac Jones. Who? Like it's fun.
No,
Just
it's
say
not. If he was the 49ers quarterback, it would not be fun. No.
What's he do wrong? Because let me be clear. It's not just you. It's virtually. I mean, Danny in San Francisco, damn near like if he could have thrown something while we were on the phone, other than his phone, he probably would have at the thought of Mac Jones potentially being. What is it about Mac Jones that's got 49ers fans all on edge?
It's just basic.
It's
just basic.
Excuse me.
You don't trade up and go with the number 3 pick in the draft to get basic.
Now I'm fine with that. I'm absolutely fine with that.
Mac Jones might be in the league for 10 years. Who knows?
Colt McCoy's been in the league for 10 years.
Yeah.
Sam Bradford was in the league for God knows how long, making hundreds of millions of dollars. It doesn't mean they're a good quarterback.
And look here. This isn't a bodybuilding contest. This isn't a track and field contest. You play quarterback. So he's not going to win any of those. That doesn't mean he's not a good quarterback. I understand that. But it's just basic. That'd be such a letdown.
You asked me earlier in I don't even think I asked you back. Who do you think it is? Who's the third man? who's the third man in this story?
I think I'm with you. My gut is telling me it's Trey.
Okay.
My gut is telling me it's Trey.
Okay.
I think, like I said, I think that's the home run swing. And I just don't feel, I could be wrong. I'm just guessing. I don't feel like I don't think you make this pick and you make this decision for safe.
Right.
I think you go for the home run.
Yep. I completely agree.
Yeah.
I completely agree. That's who I'm leaning towards. I've said all day, everybody knows who's going at number 1. We don't know who's going at number 2. I think Kyle and John do. We're on a first name basis now after this show. I think Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch know exactly who Robert Saleh and that group there in New York is taking. And they were comfortable enough knowing, as Adam Schefter tweeted today, that they were looking to get into the top 5. And whether it was 3, 4, 5, they had conversations with all of those teams. They never had a conversation with the New York Jets. According to Adam Schefter, they never had a conversation about the New York Jets. It leads me to believe there's a pick that they want, and they were afraid someone was going to jump ahead and get them. The Jets are not taking the quarterback that the 49ers want. They know exactly who they're taking. They know exactly what quarterback they're taking right now today on March 26th. I think it's Trey Lance, but by God, I have no idea.
Would it be malpractice if they did not know who they wanted?
Yes, absolutely. Why? Because I don't think you make a deal like that. I don't think you just got a bunch of film in front of you and go, they're all good, I'll take whoever. You have to know, like, unless you can legitimately look at me and say, let's take Zach Wilson out of the equation. Let's just, for hypothetical purpose, say Zach Wilson is going to New York. You can't look at Trey Lance, Justin Fields, and again, not to upset you, just say Mac Jones, those 3 quarterbacks. You can't look at all 3 of those guys and go, my God, they all work great with the 49ers. They would all be great with George Kittle and Debo and Brandon Ayuk. Like they're all perfect. Like, no, every quarterback does something different. Like they could look at one quarterback and go, Trent Williams could really help this guy with something, or this guy he has the ability to hit tall tight ends. I mean, I don't know. Like everybody is unique. Like they're all different. It's not just about completion percentages. It's not just about how many yards they run for. That's why these guys are scouting and coaching and GMing at the highest level. They see things that we don't. You don't see 3 different quarterbacks and go, well, they all fit with us. That's not what this is. I told you I didn't believe it when Andy Reid when Philadelphia said that about when they moved up to the second spot to take Carson. They knew who was going first. They moved up to draft Carson Wentz. They knew whose name they were calling that night when they made that deal. They knew all along, and I think the 49ers know. And yes, I do think it would be, to use your term, malpractice if they didn't know who they were taking today.
I agree with everything that you're saying and how the thought process should be. But maybe just playing a little devil's advocate here. We have 4 hours. We can talk some things around.
We commercial free till the top of the hour, baby. Yeah. You can do all you want.
Would it say they look so like me? I looked at, and they get paid a lot more money than to do things like I would do it, right? But I looked at these quarterbacks and I said, I like them. These guys are dope, but we're at 12. They're not on our radar. They're going to be gone. So we don't have to worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
And then they did some sniffing around and they were like, well, we can get up there. We can get to 3. Let's go do it.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know exactly what we want yet. We don't know, but we know we like all 5 of these guys. Now that we're at 3, now we'll really get into the nuts and bolts and say, this is the guy that we have, because it's a reality now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Is that a possibility?
Sure. I don't have a lot for that. Like, sure it is.
I'm with you. I don't think that would be the best. Like, that would be smart.
No.
You should know what you're doing up there. But
yeah.
I think it could happen.
Yeah. Anything can happen. Like you keep saying that. Like anything can happen. Like I'm not sure. Hell, I didn't think the Kings were going to win 5 of 6 games yet. Here we are. I didn't think we would be speaking glowingly about the Sacramento Kings coming out of their trade deadline because they had just acquired a Detroit Piston. Yet here we are. We just talked to Darrell Wright. DeLon's brother, Darrell, covers the Golden State Warriors. He's been an NBA vet. He was a professional basketball player for 16 years. He won a championship with the Miami Heat. If you missed the conversation, you can use the rewind feature on the radio.com app. You can go to YouTube or Twitch and just scroll to the 3 o'clock hour and take a listen to that. But he's got us both hyped for DeLon. We don't know if DeLon is going to be available tomorrow. We don't know who's going to be available tomorrow. We saw Hassan Whiteside. His knee was sore, so he didn't play last.
There you go again.
What? DNP, right knee soreness. What do you want me to do? His knee was sore.
Just report the facts. That's all you're doing.
That's all I did. That's all I did. I'm a broadcast journalist. That's all I did.
His knee was sore. See, there's the way you word it. If he was out with knee soreness, it was his knee was sore.
It's just a coincidence that it was on the day everybody was getting bought out. Like, it was just a coincidence. What do you mean? The fan base wasn't screaming to see Chimezie Metu, which we got last night.
We did.
I love me some Metu, man.
I do too,
I'm a
man.
Metu stan. Like, that's real talk. I'm a Metu stan.
I do too, man. I like Metu. He's a good little ball player. He's a good little ball player. I like what he brings out there on the floor as well. It's just, I don't know, man. Like, these guys. Can I say something real quick?
Sure.
Can I say something? It's our show, partner.
Okay. Well.
These guys really look for Rashawn Holmes. These point guards, they really look to feed Rashawn Holmes. They really look to feed Metu when he's out there. I don't get the same vibe with other big men.
I was gonna say I think I know where this is going,
and I don't even know. I'm not even here to say it's personal. Maybe it's just a chemistry thing.
Trust.
Could be that.
Could be trust.
I'm not going to beat around the bush. Like Bernie Mac would say, I ain't scared of y'all. All right. They don't do it with Marvin Bagley.
I was going to say, for those who haven't picked up what we're putting down, for those who can't actually smell what the Rock is cooking, you're talking about Marvin Bagley. So I think the team is 5-1 since Marvin's been out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm looking really good.
I guess I'll just present that without commentary. 5-1 with Marvin being out, and then what were Tyrese's numbers here? 16.3 points per game, 4 assists, 51 from the field, 51 from 3-point line, 92 from the free throw line, 33 minutes a game. Now, with all that said, I'll say this: no matter who they're playing, this team sucks when the game starts.
Oh, man.
Defensively, in particular, they absolutely stink. When they gave up 37 points to...
Come on, man.
Who did they give up 37 points? Andrew Wiggins had him a nice little game. I mean, their starting line, James Wiseman, Jordan Poole.
Kelly Oubre was out there.
With all due respect to those guys, that's not Steph, Clay, Draymond, or KD. There's no Andre Iguodala in here. There's no Sean Livingston. Like, this is a different version of the Golden State Warriors. This 37 points first quarter. We're seeing that a little bit too regularly. Now, things seem to settle down afterwards, which I think that brings up a question. Is this small lineup giving up? It worked at the end, because at this point, maybe you can muster up a defensive stop. Maybe you're just trying to get the points there at the end, whatever it may be. This starting lineup, it's producing the right results at the end. And I understand that's what matters. You play to win the game. I got it.
Right.
But you gave up 37 points. Like, they're regularly giving up high 30s in the first quarter with this lineup. And again, for the second straight game, it settled down in the second quarter. So you go 37-24. I'm not asking, maybe the Kings are settling into the game. Maybe it has something to do with the rotations. Maybe it has something to do with starting small. Maybe it's the game plan from Luke Walton. I'm not really sure, but it's a habit now. It's a habit in terms of how often they're giving up a lot of points in the first quarter, or that many points, I should say, in the first quarter.
They need to kick that habit, to be honest with you.
Good.
I think a lot of times they rely on the fact that they do score really well. Like, I think we talk about it on here, but it's a dirty little secret, it seems like, when you talk about the Sacramento Kings. No, they're a potent offense. I can say that. Like, I can literally say they're a potent offense. They're top 10. I think they were 8 or 9 in the league in offense. And I think they rely on that a little too heavily, and they're just like, okay, well, we're going to put up points and let's not get too far behind if we're behind. No, that's not how it's supposed to go.
Yeah.
Play some defense. And if you can play some defense and put that together with the potent offense, I'm not even saying a lockdown city, but put down something. We got action.
The second quarter. It was 37-35 Golden State in the first quarter. What'd you say? De'Aaron had 5 points after a quarter. Second quarter starts 37-24 Kings. Just that quarter alone, 37-24 Kings. De'Aaron has 20 of those 37. So their offense stays steady. Hell, their offense was consistent the entire game. 35, 37, 34, 35. But their defense, it got better in the second quarter. It got better in the third quarter. I think it stayed solid in the third quarter. I think the fourth quarter, the game was a blowout. That's why I think that's part of the reason we wound up getting to 119 with the Warriors. They scored 33 points in that quarter. But none of that excuses the first quarter, which I think 37, if it's not the same exact number that they gave up against Atlanta the night before, it's pretty close to it.
Man, I was seeing that first quarter, and I was like, you should have seen how many eye rolls I had. I was like, man, come on, man. You letting this team put up points on you the way that the Warriors were in that first quarter. I was, in these games that I feel like they should win, it's never comfortable.
Never.
It's never comfortable.
Never. No.
Even when the lead was like at 20 and it got down to 16, I was like, oh, here we go. Oh my gosh. So yeah, man, they gotta figure that out. They gotta figure that out because they can change a lot of what could go on this season if they could come out stronger on the defensive end and still have that potent offense. That could change a lot of stuff.
So, we're talking about Bagley and you look at the way Tyrese is playing. Like you look at Bagley. Well, one of the running narratives was, well, Bagley's bad on defense.
Mm-hmm.
Bagley was a starter. You heard the stats I just gave you, right? Bagley hasn't been in any of these first. So, there's nothing to pin on whether you like Marvin Bagley or you love Marvin Bagley or you completely dislike Marvin Bagley. You can't put everything that's going on with the Sacramento Kings, good or bad, on him because you've got this 5-1 record without Marvin Bagley. The narrative was, well, he's bad on defense. We even talked about it, hiding one defender versus hiding one bad defender versus hiding 2 bad defenders.
Right.
Bagley and Buddy. Now you're just hiding Buddy. They're still bad in the first quarter, and Bagley was a starter. Nothing has changed there in terms of that.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think it's interesting. That's a good point that you brought up there a minute ago, KC, is they look for Rashawn Holmes.
Mm-hmm.
They look for Metu. And even when they don't look for Metu gets his hands on the ball, and he's going to get that shot up. Like, he's going to take advantage of the minutes that he's out there.
As long as that ball gets in Metu's hands, it's a possibility it's going up.
That's been one of your biggest complaints the entire season is that they haven't worked to get Marvin Bagley more involved in the offense. It's been the distribution of minutes for Marvin, and it's been getting him involved in the offense. So I'll bring up the question that I bring up all of the time. What don't we see? Like, what does this coaching staff see to feel like we can't run an offense? We can run an offense through Rashawn Holmes, who we signed on like the third day of free agency, for $250, $1.50 in some envelopes. But we can't feed the guy we took at number 2, who we specifically took for this purpose. I don't know.
It could come down to something as simple as maybe Rashawn Holmes just has a better feel for the game. He has a better feel for getting in a spot where a good pass can be made to him. And Bagley doesn't have that. Bagley does a lot of standing around, and it just isn't in the eyesight of the point guards or the ball handler or something like that. I don't know. I really don't know, but I see it. And maybe if I go back and watch the tape a little bit more, maybe I'll see something a little different. But it just feels like they look for Rashawn, and you mentioned maybe it's trust. Maybe
another thing is Rashawn looks for the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Rashawn gets a lot of points off putback. Maybe it's not fair to say a lot, but it's regular for Rashawn to get some putback points there. Sometimes they're his own putbacks. Like sometimes he's doubling up on his stats there down low. And hey, it works. If you're getting them, man, run with it. Like I'll take it. Those 2 players feel like they have different levels of intensity. And I'm not gonna do the Marvin Bagley like I hated the narrative with Willie Cauley-Stein. Like absolutely hated it. Like he doesn't work hard enough, or he's tired, or he's lazy, or whatever. Like I hated that conversation. But I feel like when you compare Marvin Bagley to Rashawn Holmes, I feel like you can see some of those similar things. Rashawn is that guy who is all over the place. He is all out. Marvin is more of the guy who he's going to work in the vicinity of the ball.
Yeah.
Rashawn Holmes is going to work to go get the ball.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's a level of aggression that Rashawn Holmes has that, to your point, that was a great point that you made, that you can trust, that you can rely on. Like, if I put the ball in the perfect place for Rashawn Holmes or Marvin Bagley, yeah, they'll get it. But if my pass is an inch or two off, maybe Marvin doesn't get that.
Mm.
You know what I mean? So I'm a little reluctant to look for him. Rashawn, if it's a 50-50 ball, I trust that Rashawn, if he don't come away with it every time, he don't come away with it a lot. So I don't have to be as perfect. I just got to get it in his vicinity. Yeah. Maybe they don't feel that way with Marvin Bagley, and it's reluctant to maybe take a chance to pass the ball to him in certain situations.
And Rashawn, I know you spent a lot of time. We spent a lot of time talking about that backcourt with De'Aaron Fox and the combined 65 points that they had last night. To Rashawn Holmes he was 25 and 11 last night, man. He continues again on the day of the trade deadline. 7 hours after the deadline passes, that dude is going out there and he's playing some of the best ball that he's played all season.
He is. He absolutely is. I wanna get back to the Kings, but I don't know if you see the chatty house is popping off right now, because maybe this is a domino effect going on in the NFL. I'm trying to get some confirmation on this, but they're telling me that the football team has traded for the number 4 pick in the draft.
So, yeah. So you went with the chat house and not like Schefter or Ian Rep. We're having a post show meeting today, bro. Because I know it's Friday, but God bless it, bro. Like
the chatty house was on it.
Close the chat. You're suspended from the chat for the rest of the day.
Okay. Okay.
Whose man's is this? I really need to know.
Jesse, let me give myself one. Let me give myself one here.
Hey, who man's is this?
Yeah, Jesse, edit this out of the live broadcast, please. Let's go back to the Kings. Look, Will says bye, Kenny. It was fun while it lasted. What is kind of funny about it is I can see you, and I see you on your phone, and you have this perplexed look. You couldn't find it, but you still we're on the radio.
Well,
there are
multiple people going with it
in the chat.
Well, yeah, maybe the chat, but
is Adam Schefter in the chat?
No, Shefty didn't. He's not in the chat.
Phil Yates, is he in there?
No.
Okay.
They should be. They need to get in this chat. This chat be popping.
Yeah. Okay.
Foul on me. Foul on me. My foul. No, ref. Don't give it to number 32. Give it to me. It's my foul.
No graceful way to go back to what we were talking about.
There is a graceful way here. Look.
I was trying to say who fouled out last night. I can use that as my line to get back. The best I could come up with is they didn't turn the ball over. But that has nothing to do. Kenny had more turnovers today. Kenny has had more turnovers in today's show than the Sacramento Kings had in the game yesterday. They only had
the ball.
The Kings only had 6. That's a phenomenal number, by the way. The Kings only had 6 turnovers yesterday.
That is impressive. That's what I like to see right there. Take care of the rock. Call me Buddy.
Always say, yeah.
Call me Buddy Caraway today.
Okay. All right. Turning the ball over.
Fumble that thing away. So
next time Kenny does that, I'm just sending the stream link out to somebody in the chat, and they're going to be my co-host for the final 20 minutes.
So let me say this. Let me say this real quick though. Looking forward, Saturday night, Cavs at the Golden One Center. Thank you, Murph. Kenny makes Buddy handle look like Kyrie. Yeah, good. I deserve it. All right, I deserve it. But Saturday night, They got the Cavs.
Yeah.
They win this one. That's 6 in their last 7.
Yep.
I'm saying if they win.
I got you. I got you.
But no, once again, there's some things that I haven't gotten right today. There's some things that I haven't gotten right. I'm gonna say it with my chest.
No, don't do it again. No, don't do that again.
Win the damn game. Win the damn game. What are we afraid of? I ain't afraid of you, Bernie Mac.
It's not about being afraid.
Win the damn game.
This feels, and of course, you want the Kings to win. Here's my concern with this game. The Cavs got that. They got that same Atlanta mojo. What the Kings had going for them against Atlanta. The reason you and I felt good about that game versus Atlanta at the Golden One Center a couple of nights ago. I think Cleveland. They still now Cleveland isn't as talented as Atlanta, but I think Cleveland's got that. We owe them one. They got one on us. We've got this film. Let's get out there. We don't even know who's playing for them on Saturday night. Let's get out there and let's do our work.
And Cleveland is not as good as the Sacramento Kings. I'm not saying it's light years ahead, but the Kings are a better team than the Cavs. The things that the Cavs still have a problem with, that didn't go away just because they're playing the Kings for a second time. They still can't score.
Mm-hmm.
They're still the worst scoring team in the game at 104 points per game. They don't.
I know.
All the things are still there.
I know.
So they're at home. They're playing. The Kings are playing well. They should take care of business, man. I'm expecting them. I'm looking for them to take care of business. I'm not guaranteeing no win or nothing like that. This is a situation. If you want us to take you seriously here,
okay,
possibly getting back into this, handle business.
I understand. We said that last night too,
and they took care of business.
They did. And it's kind of like, okay, good. This team's taking care of business. Like, let's not keep putting more. I get. The game is very, very winnable, and that's the thing that and I'll point this out too. Guess who plays tonight? Cleveland plays tonight.
Cleveland plays tonight. Second night of back-to-back. I'm laughing because Buddha said it perfectly. Just let God handle it.
Oh.
just maybe that's the right
well
thing.
Sometimes I feel like let's just let Kenny handle it, and that's really bit me in the ass here today. So I've got to kind of put my foot down and start handling some things on my own here.
Well, no, he's saying that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to handle it. No. Just stop, Kenny. Let God handle it.
It's the Cavs and the Lakers. Well, it's the Cavs and the Lakers tonight.
Oh, okay.
So So there's good news, bad news here for the Kings fans. It's the second night of a back-to-back. The first night is against the Lakers.
Well, so let me spin it around again. Maybe they look at this game and they go hard, thinking we could get this. This is a win.
Sure.
We could get it here.
Sure.
And they go all out. They're really going hard. Maybe it's a close game. They're trying to get the win. Use a little more energy than if Bron and AD were out there. They're like, we're not getting this one. Let's focus on tomorrow in Sacramento.
Or you could do like the Kings did and just win both of them. I mean, that's another impressive thing that the Kings did last. I was critical of them giving up 37 in the first quarter. They did score 35. Like they did that on the second night of a back-to-back. They put up 141 points on the second night of a back-to-back. And I don't care who was out there for the Golden State Warriors. Like that's difficult. That's a lot of points to put up. Like they put up 4 straight 30-point quarters. They did a hell of a job offensively. They got up and down the field. We keep saying if you want us to take you seriously, well, hell, we asked them to beat the Warriors.
Yep.
By the time the show was over, we had morphed somehow into we're asking you to beat the hell out of the Warriors. They did that too.
Yeah.
And I think, you said this yesterday, as I mentioned to you. And I do think today is the first day or last night, following the game, is the first time since that first Charlotte game where the fan base is like, okay, put that game behind us. We've had some up and downs. Hell, we even lost to Charlotte in similar fashion a second freaking time. But let's put that aside. This team has put together some good wins. I think for the most part, and you could see this in the chat, you could see it on Twitter, you could hear it in conversations, there's still we've done this before. Mm-hmm. We've won 6 of 7 or 7 of 9. Like we've done this before. I know the schedule is worse this time around, or allegedly it's worse. San Antonio's a playoff team right now. You've got a couple of games against them coming up next week. But, I want to go all in. Like, I want to go all in on them beating Cleveland. But I've seen this before. I've lived this before. I've been hurt before. And if I just guard my heart, I won't get hurt again.
I feel like this
fool me once, fool me, you can't get fooled again, or whatever. Can't get fooled again.
I think this one, this time around, has the potential to be more of, from a fan base, more of a business-like approach. There ain't no giddiness. All right, we were giddy before.
Okay.
We were giddy. We were like, "Oh, this is great. This is awesome."
Yeah.
And now it's like, damn it, get the win. Get the win. We're not playing around with you. We're talking like parents now. Get the win. You got the Cavs. Win the game. Not they win the game against the Cavs, and that'll be 6-7. And so everything is awesome. It ain't that. It's get the damn win.
Yeah.
We're a little more sterner with the Kings now.
I like that. I like that. That's a solid analogy.
Yeah, that's what they need.
That. You needed to come back after your.
I did come back in a major way. In a major way.
You got it, baby.
You got it.
It's fun because it's different. It is different. Like I love that. I love that approach. Like just get the job done. You ain't getting a participation trophy this time. You got too many damn participation trophies when you were 7-9. And I still think it's so funny. You could be mad at me if you want to for this. I still think it's so funny that Luke said, "Well, we're not that good. We're not." They're almost in the same vicinity where he said, "Well, we're not 7 of 9 good, but we're not lose 9 in a row bad." And it's like, Luke, you're about to do it again. Like this, you're about to do it a second time.
No lie, Damon. I thought about you when I was like, "Oh, they won 5 or 6. They're close to that 7 or 8." Luke said they're not.
We're
good.
not that good. We're not that good.
Yeah. So look, man, you got a game on Saturday that you can get, and another reason why I think you need that, you're going on a little interesting trip here as you have the 2 games against the Spurs. Yeah. You want to have the momentum going into that one. Whatever momentum you can have.
Momentum.
You want to have it going into that game against San Antonio.
Yeah, because San Antonio is good, and
2 games, I should say.
Yeah, they got San Antonio, and again, there's no rest. Like there's no. I mean, they play Monday, they play Wednesday, they play Friday, they play Saturday, and then they play Monday. That right there, 1 week from this Monday, they'll head into the first stretch of 2 days off. April 6th and 7th, and I can't believe it's April 6th and 7th here. Like April's approaching. That'll be their first time that they've had 2 days off in a row, and it'll be close. It'll be close to 4 weeks. It'll be since the All-Star game.
Wow,
that is just phenomenal.
That's a lot. But this is where you dig deep. You dig deep. What I don't want to see. And I feel like they just weren't ready to go. I don't want to see what happened in Philadelphia. You do something good, you feel good about yourself, and then you just kind of rest on your laurels.
Man, there is some stuff to watch here coming up. They've got a game against the Bucks at the Golden One Center in April, but they've got the Timberwolves. You can't lose that. Like no. they've got games against the Jazz coming up, but most importantly, they've got games against the Pelicans coming up. They're playing teams that are ahead of them, man. There's some major, and then of course the final week where they have the final week of the season in May. They've got the Thunder, the Grizzlies, and the Grizzlies. They actually have 3 games against the Thunder in the final 11 days of the season. So if you think that's a team they need to pass up or stay ahead of,
they're going to be in the Thunder at that point might be in powerless ranking. You better win those games.
The Thunder at that point might be on a Houston Rockets style losing streak.
Seriously. Oh, shout out Kyle in the chat. He said that India trip is going to catch up with him down the stretch.
That India trip always gets them, Kyle. Like it's just, damn it, that damn India trip, it gets him every time. Every time, man.
Hey, before we get out of here, man, what you got going on this weekend, man? The sun's out, guns out, the weather's gonna be nice. What you got going on, man?
Same thing I do every weekend. Nothing. No, I'm gonna try to enjoy this weather a little bit. Like the first thing I always do when the show's over is I grab the girls and we get outside. Like I ran during one of these commercial breaks and I have the slider open. They have the man. I was like, holy crap, it's gorgeous outside. So yeah, I'm pretty chill this weekend. I'll be watching you on TV.
Yes, sir.
I'll be watching the Kings tomorrow night. Obviously, the Kings have that special broadcast coming up tomorrow that Morgan's going to be a part of and Krista Blunk is going to be a part of. So I'm excited to see that. But other than that, man, I'm chill. I just want that win tomorrow, man. That's it.
That's what I want, man.
I want that win tomorrow.
I want to get outside. Obviously, once again, always safe, masked up, social distance. You know that. I want to get outside, but I don't know where to go.
Yeah.
I don't know where to go. It's a beautiful weekend. Reese got some baseball practice and stuff like that, so I'll get out that way. But yeah, I don't know. You know what I might do for the first time in 2021? I think I might get on that grill, man.
Hashtag man. Grill season. Okay.
Yeah, man. I'm thinking I'm gonna do that, man. I think I'm getting on that grill.
Okay. Yeah, with the vaccines opening up to everybody on April 15th and feeling like things like we're getting it for the first time. I feel like that light at the end of the tunnel is there. And you can maybe you could start to think about making plans if assuming of course you weren't already, but I've taken this whole damn thing pretty seriously, so I'll be excited when this is come and gone. And I think I mentioned this, I don't know if it was on the air or in a commercial. Like my mom's coming to visit today. She's got the vaccine, so she's in good shape, man. And we'll enjoy this weather, man, and some Kings basketball. And as I said, Paige versus Caitlin. By the way, you know what happened? Oh, I forgot. 20 years ago. 20 years ago today, Panama City. The name on the contract says McMahon, but it says Shane McMahon. Vince McMahon buys WCW and just destroys wrestling pretty much forever after that. But they 20
years to get back to some kind of AEW coming back. It took 20 years later.
That was 20 years ago, right before WrestleMania 17.
Was that an angle? Was that supposed to be an angle? That was an angle, right?
The Shane McMahon thing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Shane McMahon did not buy WCW.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right.
No, that Vince had already bought it for pennies. We could have saved up enough and owned it. They sold it for very little money.
Wow.
Do you want? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying you're right. Ruined wrestling for a long time.
Yeah, it definitely changed things. Do you want real news, or do you just want to? Do you want to just get your news from the chat? I got real Adam Schefter football news, but if you prefer to stick to the chat house, you're welcome to.
Oh, I don't know. Cheryl in Baltimore is giving news. Maybe.
That's the news. I'd imagine Cheryl in Baltimore is pretty happy about this. Is Sammy Watkins signed a 1-year deal to be a target for Lamar Jackson in Baltimore?
Well, Rich, sorry, it's already crumbling down. The Chiefs are crumbling down.
Is that your that'll put some butts in the seats? Is that what you're trying to say about Sammy Watkins going to Baltimore?
No, the Chiefs are really falling apart now, for real. One person leaving, Kelsey will be gone.
Do you know you sound you sound incredibly sarcastic?
No.
All right, you know what? I'm sick of you. This show, I swear to God, this show can't end fast. I just looked up at the screen. It says 2 minutes. This is gonna be the longest freaking 2 minutes of my life.
I like that. I like that they got Lamar some a weapon though.
Yeah, but Sammy's
you can't rely on him. Yeah, but when he's there, it's a weapon.
Is it though? Still, is he still a? He's
a weapon. He's a weapon.
I mean, it's a 1-year deal. It's a 5-year fully guaranteed. I mean, it's a $6 million deal. There's some incentives in there. $5 million guaranteed. I guess I felt like Baltimore needed to do something. So yeah.
Who did they strike out on? They were trying to get another wide receiver, and he didn't go there. Oh, Juju. Juju had talked about going there.
Yeah, Juju. I still don't understand why Juju wound up back in.
He got a little understanding. He had an understanding.
You think so?
Yeah, I think they're gonna take care of him next offseason.
All right. I'll play along with it. It's been an eventful day, man. It's been an eventful week. We appreciate you being with us. If you haven't followed us yet on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel, make sure you hit the subscribe button there. Make sure you hit the follow button on your app or whatever it may be. If you missed any part of the show, check out the podcast available on radio.com, Spotify, Google Play, and, of course, Apple Podcast or wherever you get podcasts from. It's going to be available there. We appreciate you so much for being with us. I'm Damian Barling. He's Kenny Caraway. We will see you here Monday at noon.
Holla. Oh boy, I had a 3-interception game today.
That was rough. That last 45 did not go smoothly at all, and we can admit this in front of all of you. That was the shits.
I got picked off a bunch of times.
So I've been wanting to say this to you for 3 hours. Do you know that you recited damn near the same exact De'Aaron Fox stats I did right after I said them?
No.
Yeah. I gave you, that's why I said, how many games did that encompass? And yours encompassed like 9. Mine was 6. You gave damn near the same exact stat. This was like 3 hours ago.
Mine was it was for the month of March. So that was 11 games.
Oh, okay. Mine were the last 6 games. They just were almost the same.
Because I remember you saying, that sample size.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize, I don't know.
You started reading the stats off, and I'm like, did he hear me? And that's why I was like, okay, I should have known it was March, because you know what? I took a note somewhere because I was wondering what De'Aaron's numbers were in March. And I was going to ask Will to compare them to other, but I don't ask Will to do stuff that I can't figure out in my head. So I was wondering where De'Aaron's March compared to any, you know what I mean? Like, like the other top players in the league.
Yeah.
Cause it's gotta be really, really good. I mean, it's gotta be up there. Cause I mean, anytime you're averaging 30.5 points per game, like,
come on now. The funny thing about it, I was listening to Bill Simmons again, and they were talking about Victor Oladipo and how he is now. And then they went back to, I think it was 2018 was his big time breakout season.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, man, he was amazing that year. He was basically like Donovan Mitchell is right now. I think he averaged like 24 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists. And I was like, isn't De'Aaron averaging 24 and 7? Mm-hmm. And you guys are talking about like this is this big breakout year from these guys. And he's I'd love to see what De'Aaron has to do to get. I mean, they've got to win, obviously, but man, he's there right now.
That's it. Like you've got to win, and you look at. I mean, Utah's the top team in the league, so even if your numbers are a little lower, or even if they're a little higher, you're not going to get that same. You're not going to get that same love, man. But they're fighting. Damn, that game feels really important tomorrow. Like they're fighting back into this thing, 20 and 25, and there's going to be like they're not going to go on a double-digit win streak here, but man, they're. He's third. Damn, how did you look that up already? It doesn't even matter.
Third.
So De'Aaron's third in the league in points and 14 in the league in assists in the month of March.
Wow.
This is a good note here. Didn't he get that earlier this year?
Yeah,
he got that once, right?
After the New Orleans game.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. Yeah.
Oh, month fielder. Okay. Hey, Kenny, you wanna report this one for everybody?
So look here. Number one, thank you guys. Thank Damian. You guys saved me. So Damian was like, before we did the show called Take You Guys Behind the Curtain, he goes, woke up at 5 o'clock, because Damian always wakes up at 5 o'clock, worked on the show, and then it's Garoppolo stuff or the 49er stuff hits, and it wipes out a bunch of this stuff. So he says he woke up at 5 o'clock. I had just gone to bed about 2 hours earlier than that.
Bruh, what were you doing for real?
Working, man. I got things to do around here, man. A long ass night. So at about 7, 8 o'clock, I was like, how the freak am I going to get through this 4 hours? And then the Niners knew it, and that kind of energized, and I'm good. Like, I'm good. We got through it or whatever, but what the old ladies always say, charge it to my head, not my heart today. Okay.
So, man, it happens. And I was telling everyone when you got up, I get not flustered. I don't get flustered. The show's more stressful when it's not, when I don't know exactly where we're going and exactly what we're doing. It gets a little more like I'm a little bit more like alert. You know what I mean? Because on paper, it's like when you storyboard something or you map something out or you have directions somewhere, you know, like you're going to get there. If you're just trying to feel your way off a memory or just kind of feel it out in the process, it gets a little bit more stressful. So we rearranged a lot of stuff because of the 49ers thing happening at 10, like 30 minutes before our call.
Yeah.
But it was kind of more mapped out of, we know we have Darrell, we know we have Monty, and we know we have Marshall. Let's follow everything from there. Like we'll feel it out. We'll fill out the process. We know we need to hit the 49ers. We know we need to hit the Kings. And so the whole show was like a feeling out process. And that gets a little bit more, you're just a little bit more on the edge of your seat.
Right.
And so there was a point when we wrapped up with Marshall where I thought, Jesus Christ, it's 2:17. I was like, we've got 2 hours left, and I feel like we've done like a 6-hour show.
Yeah.
But Darrell was great, so that was a big plus.
Good.
Yeah, that was a big plus. Yeah. That was a big plus. I know, man. Stick to the script, man. What y'all doing? It's me. Like, it's just me. Like, Kenny was great. It's just me. I just get antsy. That's all it is.
I really did. Like, we joke about or whatever. I definitely shouldn't have said what was in the chat. I definitely shouldn't have done that. And he saw me looking for it.
That was the thing too. And that's what I was like, what is he? And I'm looking as you're doing that.
I said it, and I was like, well, they must have seen something I didn't see.
And I can see your eyes move from the camera to the chat. Like I know where everything is in your studio. So like I know when you're looking at the chat, and you're looking at the chat, and then you're looking at your phone, and you've got the most perplexed look on your face. And I swear to you, I'm legit thinking, what's, and I'm kind of like eyeballing my phone, nothing's popping up. And I'm like, okay, I hope nothing's wrong. And then when you stopped the show and it was clear you were going away from the Kings, I thought, okay.
Man, I tricked that off so tough, man. I apologize to Damon and the whole crew, man. I tricked that off, man. That's on me. I tricked that off. I ain't even gonna lie to y'all, man. I tricked that off. Won't happen again, Manny.
Manny.
Is this
Ramsey block Manny.
Account?
Dude, Manny is in here like 5 times. There's this Manny. Cereal's in here somewhere. I don't think we're gonna make it today, Jonathan. I don't think we're gonna make it today. Yeah.
I'm still out.
That's all right. Let's get out of here. Let's let you go. I don't want you to get in trouble with the Queen Bee because
too late.
All right. Well. Oh, damn it. We gotta go. Jesse's making us. Jesse, this is eternally for Jesse.
Whose man's is this? I really need to know.
All right. Hey, Kenny. We've got news, Kenny. Kenny, we've got news.
Last week it was mortgages. Now it's breaking news. All right. Okay.
Oh, man. All right. We love y'all, man. Thank you for a massive. Yeah, that's it. There it is. That's the one right there. That's the one right there. Let's get at it. Appreciate y'all, man. Thanks for a massive week. Thanks for everything you did to support the show and help the show grow. Like, we grew by, I think almost 100 subscribers this week. So thank y'all for that, man. We greatly appreciate it. Have a great weekend. Be safe. And we'll see you Monday here at noon.